was still a fun evening. We need to do that again someday in a different city, minus the part where somebody destroys the washroom. But we're going to go destroy some dwarves, or hopefully not dwarves. This is Longdeath. The year 414, meaning this fortress is 409 years old. Like I said, destroy some human siegers, destroy some things. So this is Longdeath's defensive structure. There's currently so this is a bug that happens sometimes. I don't actually know what causes this, but you know, things just. Oh, did they just both spontaneously combust? I wonder. Yeah, they did. Interesting. So, sometimes humans and other creatures in Dwarf Fortress catch fire and don't actually completely burn up. I guess loading and saving and reloading the save file causes them to completely combust. Huh. Well, that's good to know. Anyway, so there was a bug where like those humans like didn't I would just like go in and kill them afterwards. But like apparently reloading the save causes them to finish combusting. Well, that's handy. Good to know. Anyway, so this is the defensive structure for Longdeath because one of the human factions decided to invade us after about 400 years. Anyway, so Longdeath is a fortress that we are keeping alive for 1,000 years. The living dwarves in this fortress, currently the population count is 50, and we're trying to raise the population by making them have babies. We do have a bunch of unnamed merchants, but they are merchants, so they are like named to be kicked out of the fortress without real notice, and don't generally get real jobs and can't really take part in the fortress properly. However, you're intolerant to MSG? Oh, really? Like you're allergic to MSG, Orange? Huh. Anyway, the named dwarves in the fortress are Anonimo, Merc, Anthony, Malden, Disco, Diamond Destruct, Massive, Volleylol, Lil M. Katsu, Stone, The Scoid, Paranoid Metroid, Do It. Then we have Hops. We have Jimmy Tibby, Hoshan, Rari, Letharticus, Navy, Arch, Zindros, Dragon, Tygozar, Red Octobear, Bloodcat, Mist, and Wait What, as well as Farana. And apparently, how old are you? A 1-year-old baby that I didn't name previously? Huh. Well, I don't know if you've had him before, but Orange, welcome back to Longdeath. He was interested after watching a performance and was interested after watching a performance, but was caught in a snowstorm and was interested after watching a performance. He is 1 year old, born on the 3rd of Opal in the year 413. He's the son of Lycott and Mincott and a worshipper of the Fuchsia and a worshipper of Shin, Russet, Amber, the Red Rocks. He personally sees cooperation as very important in life and thinks the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy. Views loyalty unfavorably and dreams of raising a family. He is always tense and jittery and is not readily moved by art and natural beauty. And he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. Kabloomy, I guess so. Artwork and its creation. He is slow to anger and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Fair. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and his tongue sticks out when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at inclement weather. The clip loops weirdly well. But, you know, things... I don't actually know what causes this. But, you know, things just... Oh, did they just both spontaneously combust? Instant replay. Yeah, they did. Interesting. So... But, like, I don't actually... Oh, it does kind of loop pretty well. Interesting. You know what also is interesting? That video's been up for 2 hours. No, not everything just got quiet. I was playing a clip of me, which is quieter. Hi, Oafs. How are you? That video that I put up already is at 1,000 views. That's kind of crazy. YouTube scares me a little bit. Yeah. Oh, yeah, indeed. So I mean, you were getting like the background volume level of volume, which is pretty low. Anyway, how I doing? I doing. I doing. That's how I doing, I would say. How you doing? Sleep deprived is how I doing. Anyway, orange takings. Welcome to the fort. You can consume it if you're careful. I mean, I know, I used to know somebody who was very allergic to MSG. And I never saw him eat MSG, but he said that it would give him an upset stomach, it would make him puke, sort of thing. It's not a super uncommon thing. But I'm doing all right. I have a Sparkmouth Citron sparkling water, naturally flavored. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So the thing about this fort is the permanent residence of the fort is actually quite small. The permanent residence of this fort's only 27. So we don't actually have as much that we can do with it because we have to be very careful about that full population. How deep is all this? It's pretty much empty. Yeah, we could open it. You improved your deadlift record? What's your deadlift record? Now I'm wondering how many of me did you lift? Because whenever Hobo's like, yo, I can bench more now, it's like, oh my god, you can bench me like 5 times. Is an alarming sign. I've known a few people who've had I think it's more sensitivities than versus allergies. I think allergies may be the wrong word. Some of the dwarves in this fortress are pretty fucked up stress-wise, but the fortunate thing is it's not actually that difficult right now for me to manage dwarves that have very high stress levels. Because once they get super stressed out in this version of the game, as long as I can compensate for that by simply giving them a lot of happy things, even though they're left looking super stressed, they're not actually as stressed as they looked. They're just looser cannons, essentially. So as long as nothing bad happens around them, they're generally okay. Some dwarves like this one, Red Octobear, as long as I just leave them in the military, they're generally fine. 180 kilogram, 5 times with the trap bar. Do you want to know how much I weigh? 200 kilograms is a lot. Somebody just tantrum? No. Escaping your spine posture? I believe it, especially with deadlifts. Yeah, I weigh 57 kilograms. So if you're lifting if you're deadlifting 180 kilos, that's like me and a quarter on each side. That's a lot, dude. Well done. Krabicus, you should change your name to Ripticus or something. Or Swolicus. So currently we're in the early spring of the year 414, so I think I'm just going to lock all of the dwarves up in the tavern up until it's time to... You only weigh 7 kilograms more? Hey, that's not bad. You're 50 kilograms? Yeah, you're pretty slender. Orange. Yeah. The gym is slowly running out of plates. You need to do what this one guy that I knew in kayaking used to do, where he would just get a girl to sit on either end of the bar, and they'd just, like, balance on it, and he'd just lift them instead of lifting weights. He wouldn't put any weights on it. He would just lift the 2 of them, which was always kind of funny. So they'd, like, hold themselves up, just sitting on the bar, and he would deadlift them. But for this fortress, there kind of isn't a lot really that happens, especially considering we're just trying to get babies in the fort. So a lot of what we're going to be doing is just kind of waiting. Fortunately, we do have dwarves like these, which, like Orange's parents, who, you know, are just kind of here, still carrying Orange, but hopefully they'll have more kids soon. so Orange can have siblings, and the fortress can continue to grow and flourish and not fall apart. Inosine is used as a placeholder in genetics when making genes. When last known as a supermatter. It's called a wobble hypothesis, and it's hard to amplify the layman's terms. It's the cost-saving measure for the human body. Being able to metabolize MSG allows you to produce easy and save a bunch of energy. Huh. I understood those words. All right, so Elf Merchant has arrived. However, the way is still shut. So I must open the way and let the elves in. In fact, what now? Also, driving practice today? Now, unlike deadlifting, that's a totally useless skill. Nobody needs to drive. Although, how's public transit in your part of the world, Kravicus? Unless you mean driving practice as in, like hitting a ball with a golf club driving. Which I'm kind of doubting. Isn't MSG being bad for you largely food lobbying? I'm pretty sure it is, isn't it? Boy. Just got offered a laughably cheap sponsorship for an iOS app. It's mostly bollocks. Yeah, I mean, like, everything that I know about MSG is it's no worse for you than having, like, corn syrup. Which, you know, isn't great for you, but, like, also it's one of those, like, you just don't want to eat it every day and you're probably fine. Is racist pseudoscience made up by people who hate Asians? Yeah, just like weed making you into a sociopathic killer is racist pseudoscience made up by American politicians who are scared of people of color. I really like that when I'm just like, when I mention that MSG isn't actually bad for you, and then all of chat's just like, yeah, that's just like racist pseudoscience. I'm happy that we're all on top of this, chat. Good for you guys. You guys are all in the know, and that makes me happy. You would take pretty much using it like salt on fish to preserve it and have that effect on it? Huh. I thought it is the case that all of the time... I thought that the case that lots of it all of the time can be bad for you, just like about anything. Lots of caffeine all of the time is bad for you, and I drank caffeine about 10 minutes ago. We need Reefer Madness 2, MSG Madness? MSG Madness. So yeah, I'm sure that would... Someone's probably already made that parody video. It's better for you than salt. And you literally need salt to not die. That's such an odd number. Oh, I see what you're doing. Good luck, everybody in chat, with your ticket investments. Yeah, this fortress is really slow moving, and all of our major construction projects are more or less halted until we get about a year's time without any invasions, because this fortress is so big and dwarves are so valuable. I really don't want to lose any dwarves. Oh, hi, Berries. What is up? Good to see ye. Hope you've been good. Traded with the elves. Just gonna kind of go back to what we were doing. Although I've been thinking about digging as a project while we're at war, because that is something I can do. Although, fortunately, having all of this stuff around, by this stuff, I mean all of this lovely metal ore, or human goblinite-ish stuff, it does mean that I have a lot of melt metal object jobs that I can do, which is kind of good. Because, you know, this is all large iron mail shirts, iron, occasionally steel, mostly iron. Any particularly noteworthy concerts you've been to? I'm personally very excited because I have tickets for Animals as Leaders. Can't wait. And carnival rides? Local fair type deal? I mean, they're literally resetting the traps right now. Like, you see those cages they're carrying out? That's what they're doing. They are currently resetting the traps to get the humans that run up front. Yeah, Trizoka, can't wait. It'll be my second time seeing them. I saw them last in 2019. I'm gonna see them at their second time ever in Canada. Yeah. And this time they're headlining. Although last time was kind of funny because I saw them right before Gwar at a festival. So I got Animals as Leaders followed by Gwar, which is like absolute fucking monster of a band, followed by literal monsters that play terribly. I do enjoy Gwar. Gwar is dumb fun, but it was. And then after that, Slayer came on, and my friend who I was at that show with is a really, really, really big Slayer guy. Like, he owns like 8 to 10 Slayer shirts and a bunch of hats and some Slayer shorts, and he always has a Slayer wallet. He's one of those people. Oh, you saw them on that tour with Tesseract? I almost went down to Seattle for that tour, I think. Almost. Didn't do it, but thought about it. Damn! Early birds get the worm, I guess, with the tickets. Except for Berries. But yeah, the kind of funny thing was when Slayer was on, my friend who's a really big Slayer fan was like, you know what? Even Slayer sounds like they're not very talented after Animals as Leaders. And I was like, about time you fucking admit it. Yeah, that's a lot of tickets. Holy shit. You and Barry's lost. They've got a bar here just called Gwar Bar? Really? Huh. Gwar's like I have a lot of respect for Gwar. I really like their act, but I've seen them like twice, and that's more than enough. I never need to see Gwar again. Like, I've seen them twice, and their show was basically the same both times. And both times it actually, the most entertaining thing about seeing Gwar isn't seeing Gwar. It's seeing the other people seeing Gwar who don't know what they're in for at a Gwar show. That's the best part about seeing Gwar, is seeing people who've never seen Gwar before. Like, that festival that I was at, like, seeing these preppy white girls lead their hysterically laughing boyfriends angrily out of the pit, covered from head to toe in pink liquid. Like, that is very entertaining. Actually seeing Gwar, You're now wrapped up in your new fleece blanket and finally got a blanket. In the summer, though? That seems like something you should do in the winter, although it's probably on sale. I guess there's that. A lot of melting metal objects going on. Decent meals, irritated upon being thirsty. Really? Huh. You have plenty of beer. Probably just took too long doing various jobs. No, I mean, like, it will always be entertaining seeing them cut random political figure in half on stage. That's always fun. And there's something kind of amusing about it, seeing a bunch of orcs with giant battle axes, with massive dicks just urinating on the crowd. There's something about that that's funny and entertaining, and I respect the performance art of it. But the music, yeah, and I'm more of a guy that's there for the music. You want to do Burning Man? I will wait until all global pandemics are done before I will go to a Burning Man. And so I guess that means I'm never going to Burning Man. Only 27C in your house? That's rough, dude. Talented isn't high on your list of adjectives for Slayer in relation to tons of other metal bands. Yeah, the way I would describe Slayer. Actually, I think I'm stealing this from one of the members of a different band, but Primus. But Slayer is like the meat, corn, and potatoes of metal bands. Like, there's nothing fancy about them, but they're extremely consistent and very filling. That's Slayer. They're like, you know what you're in for. You're going to get that. They're not going to disappoint. It won't cost too much. And it'll be entertaining for what it is. That's Slayer. But I also, they were never high on my list of bands to see back when they were still touring, because they've like officially stopped touring now, I think. Although they'll do a final tour again probably in 5 years. So there is that. Some truck in your neighbor's hood is honking all the time. Either some celebration or protest or something? Oh. If the latter, then there are better ways to protest than being an absolute nuisance. Yeah, that's how I feel about all the people that have been protesting in Canada for the past few months. Like, I get it, and I understand and respect your right to protest, but I swear to Christ, if you park in front of my building again and just sit there and honk your horn for 4 hours, I'm going to go outside and then call a parking officer and get him to come ticket you. That's Christ. And that was ripping, but back in those days you were inexperienced. I mean, you know what I saw in 2008? 2008 was the first metal show I went to, actually. It was an all-ages show, because obviously I wasn't legal drinking age. I was a little kid. But I saw Bless the Fall, Atreyu, and Avenged Sevenfold. So honestly, I wish I saw Slayer instead. But hey, it was a pretty good show. It was an alright show. I mean, for the time, it was pretty fucking dope. Like, that was peak Avenged Sevenfold. Although I will say that Bless the Fall was a bit of a belly flop. No one's sorry for Party Rocking. 2006 Dragon Force? I saw Dragon Force this year. And you know what? They still got it. They still got it. Only 2 of the band members are no, it's 3. The drummer, the lead guitarist, and then Herman Lee, obviously, are the only original members still in the band. Everybody else is different now. And they don't have a guitarist anymore. Herman Lee, yeah. I dragged my friend Ponce, who I hosted last night, to that show, as well as my other friend. And they have a new singer who's pretty young, and they played like Valley of the Damned and a lot of their like old stuff, right? Like early 2000s stuff. And the singer was just like, guys, I was 6 when this song came out. Herman Lee's like, I know I look old, okay? You don't need to rub it in. So, Good show. Good show. They put on a solid set. I was very impressed with them. I saw them in like 2016, something like that, and they were awful. So it's nice that they've sorted their shit out a little bit. So currently we're just melting stuff down. King would like us to make crutch. King Massive, of course, has been with us for a number of years now. Getting up there in age, though, he is 165 years old. Born on the 6th of Slate in the year 249. Which is crazy. Like, this king was born in the year 249. That's crazy. Like, this dwarf was born in the year 249, and we're in the year 414. It's like, these dwarves live so fucking long. It's ridiculous. But, like, youngest son, Zindros. Also, eldest son, Radio Free Olive, who unfortunately had to be expelled from the fortress. And then the only daughter, the Skoid. So I'm kind of hoping the Skoid gets, or Zindros gets king after, but we'll see. Son of Cyrolac and Massive. Glorious King Massive. You're at a punk festival, Force Attack, for the 9th time in 2009, and it was canceled in 2010. Oh. Could end up 170. That's surprisingly common in this fortress, making it all the way to 170 years old. Was when you saw Volbeat and Anthrax? I think that tour came here, or at least Volbeat did in 2015, or around that time. Self-pity after being away from friends, frustrated being unable to pray. I think I'm going to take hauling off of you and just let this dwarf go take a break. I would like to see Volbeat. How old is the fort now? Year 414? Played it a lot in the last 2 weeks. This is the first time I've played it this week, though. You had tickets for Eminem when you were 15 in 2005, but he went to rehab and canceled the tour. Aw, man. Then you grew your hair and went full metalhead. I listened to Eminem for a bit when I was younger. I had a bit of a hip-hop phase. I do still like hip-hop, though, but I never really graduated past, like, the late 2000s rap and hip-hop. Like, I really like late 80s, 90s, and early 2000s rap and hip-hop. The current generation stuff outside of, like, some trap just kind of doesn't do it for me. That's kind of like me to give merch to a single mother. Oh, that's good. What a good guy. One of my best memories of going to a concert actually was seeing Papa Roach. I got demolished in the crowd during Last Resort because the crowd did a wall of death. And I got mashed in the middle of it, crushed and piled on underneath a crowd, surfaced up underneath it, and I'm terrible with band member names, but the vocalist of Papa Roach was crowd surfing, and so was the bassist, like, on the crowd. Came up, like, right underneath them and got a high five. That was pretty fucking great. Insert that to the list of things that I won't do during a pandemic, but did once before, and happy I did. Lincoln Park, gotcha. I'm jealous of places that have large annual festivals, because, like, we have big concerts here every year, right? But we don't, and we have a lot of raves, but we don't really have large metal festivals here. The only one that we ever had that was even remotely close to here was Chaos Alberta, which was a weird fucking lineup when that happened, because it was like Marilyn Manson, Rob Zombie, Disturbed. I mean, Animals as Leaders, Guar. That was that set that I was talking about with Animals as Leaders. Animals as Leaders and Guar. And Light the Torch, Headstones, and then 2 other bands I can't remember the name of that are basically just like hard rock country-ish things. Because Alberta. But it's like, that happened once. And then, like, they got, like, in a lot of trouble from the city because we, air quotes, destroyed the park that it happened in. But it wasn't our fault. The reason that we destroyed the park was because day 2 it pelted rain and we sunk into the park. Like, literally, like, it started storming, which also means I got to see Marilyn Manson during a thunderstorm, which, you know, frankly, I never need to see Marilyn Manson ever again. He played every single one of his biggest songs, and by the end of it, the entire crowd was covered in mud, and it was like full-on thunder and lightning in the background during Beautiful People, and I never need to see Marilyn Manson again, because that was a perfect Marilyn Manson show. Also, Bullylol, if you're still around, your Dwarf's still alive, you're 74 years old. You were born in the year 340. She does feel loathing after dwelling upon being beaten, so that's not good. And you get into arguments every now and again, which is pretty bad. But I do my best to keep you sane. Acceptable distances. Less than a 4-hour flight. That's an acceptable distance for me to go to a festival. Whereas, like, I know some people who are in Germany who are like, yeah, Wacken is like a 30-minute drive. It's like, fuck you. Like, straight up, just fuck you. Anybody who has Wacken, like a 30-minute drive, I hate you, and I want your life, but I also don't really want to live in Germany, so I'll stay in Canada. But god damn it, I still hate you. Worth it, Trizoka. Worth it. One of my life goals. Oh, Hellfest. I would love to go to Hellfest. Ginger is a band who I've seen. I know that they've played Hellfest a couple times. I've also played Resurrection Fest a number of times, but Ginger's a band I've seen twice that I need to see more. I hope I get to see them again. But what's the word I'm looking for here? One of my life goals is to eventually make it to 70,000 tons of metal. The problem isn't being close to Germany, Animal. The problem is flying from where I live to Holland right now to hang out with the good Dutch people, and yourself included, Animal, is about a $2,000 flight. For not direct. So, no. Flight, holy shit. Breeze is a 3-hour drive for you, and you wouldn't board a plane for any concert, maybe with the exception of seeing the Rolling Stones live once more. Well, I never need to see the Rolling Stones in my entire life, so there's that. But, like, no, I mean, when I went to Chaos, Alberta, that was a 90-minute flight. It cost about $30. It's either that or an 18-hour drive. I summoned a Dutch person? Yes. Well, I mean, Animal's a Dutch person. You and Animal should hang out, Diamond. I mean, you both live in a tiny-ass country. You can't be more than a 4-hour drive away. Or like a 4-hour train ride. Happy the other day? It's definitely another day. How's things there, though? I don't know. The one thing I did like about Montreal is your underground system's pretty good. You're another Dutch person? There you go. It's 3 of them. you know what's funny? Apparently, out of my subscriber base on Twitch, 5% of my audience is Dutch, but I think they're the most active people in my chat, just because of the time I start my stream. Only 5% of my subscribers are Dutch, yeah. But 5% of 330 is like, not nothing. Move this over, it's bothering me, it's not. It's covering up the side there. Hold on, I'll go grab you the stats. For a total of 28 hours, never even been in Europe. I can't show you this screen because I would be showing sensitive information, but okay, so 62% of my audience is from the United States, 8% is from Canada, 8% of it is from Germany. This is from subscriptions. 7% is the United Kingdom, 5% is the Netherlands, 2% is Brazil, 1% is Chile, 1% is Sweden, 1% is Australia, 1% is Denmark, 1% is Ireland, 1% is Finland, less than 1% is Romania, less than 1% is Spain, less than 1% is Ukraine, that used to be much higher, less than 1% is Austria, less than 1% is the United Arab Emirates, less than 1% is South Africa, less than 1% is France, less than 1% is Honduras. Interesting. Less than 1% is Turkey, less than 1% is Belgium, less than 1% is Estonia, less than 1% is unknown country. Asterisk, whatever that means. Although it used to be about 5% was Russian. Oh, Russia used to be ahead of Holland. Oh, there you go. Only 8% is Canada? Yup. You need to remember that there's more people in Los Angeles than there is in Canada. The Kremlin for mayor is from unknown. I mean, unknown are people that use VPNs and do not have any tracking data. So the unknown is probably like the 1 or 2 people that are in Russia, actually. It's probably like cutest ghost. And cooler. I love the unknown country and its environment, and it's the number populated country in the world in continent. Redacted. You use paranoid mode in browser? Okay, I mean, if you're sitting on a VPN to some random country and you're on paranoid mode, then yeah, maybe. I don't think Putin knows what a video game is. I think the last video game Putin played was probably Tetris. So I doubt it. Although Kim Jong-un has a Steam account because there are 4 Steam accounts that are frequently accessed from Pyongyang. 4. So there are 4 people in Pyongyang with Steam accounts. So maybe Kim Jong-un is playing, what's it called? Like Dota. And just yelling at people. Judas is watching this stream from the land of the dead. Oh no. Well, I mean, is a ghost, right? Starlink would probably also report unknown. Who knows? He might play Dwarf Fortress in the future. Maybe it'll make... You know, honestly, I think that... quote, this is a quote from the Songs of Six developer. I hope to design a game that future dictators can play so that they can just play my video game instead of becoming future dictators. Which is kind of funny. Speaking of future dictators, RimWorld team is hiring. They're looking for a programmer. Oh, also, I've got something I'm going to DM you a screenshot of, B-Lug. I think that this is technically a secret, so I don't want to share it publicly. but I got something that'll interest you. Secret, yes. Secrets. Speaking of secrets, how's things, Arch? Super secret, yeah. Very, very secret. Not to be confused with sacred. Very different things. Been watching the Zach's Minecart Fortress video from the newsletter. You seen that already? I saw that. Well, let's see. I definitely don't have a video on my YouTube channel with 1.1k views that I edited and uploaded this morning of me doing commentary over Zach's commentary of the Minecart video that Zach uploaded. Yeah, way ahead of you. Also, like, look at the comments section of that video. That's actually maybe the better thing for me to say. Look at the comments section of that video. I got the first comment. I did the thing where you go first. Because I got a link to it maybe 30 minutes before the newsletter went out. So. Thought you would like that, B-Lug. Having their own software products probably needs an exception for games. Games industry seems to have a horrible work culture. Depends on who you're working for. If you're working for small indies, they're generally kind of great. If you're working for big companies, good luck. Although it's kind of funny because, like, their community dev X person tweeted it out that Ludian's like hiring. Also working on your own engine is a nightmare. I believe it. And Tynan's response was, because he responded to it, and he says, "Yes, come work with us. We're less insane and morally compromised than the games make us look. We promise." But everything I've heard about working for Ludian is they're actually a pretty good like team to work for. Dumb question, chat. When's Gamescom? I keep getting emails about, would you like to come see our video game at Gamescom? And I keep very politely responding, I won't be at Gamescom, but I will be at PAX West. You must have missed that detail. Yeah, I'm kind of, it gets more traffic than my Twitch channel does. It's also where I post the interviews I do with Zach and Tarn Adams. Gamescom. Yeah, it's the big German games convention. 24th, 29th of this month? Ay. Because I know Kit Fox is going to be at Gamescom. So they're going to Gamescom and then immediately getting on a plane and flying to PAX? I blame FG for a lot of things, so I guess I'll add that to the list. Oh, man, that sucks. That sucks. Milk? I drink almond milk these days because milk gives me an upset tummy. But milk's good. I prefer it in ice cream format, though, if I have to choose. Or milkshake. No, milk cannot think. Yeah, this is true. Milk cannot think. I'm not lactose intolerant. I just drink almost no milk. So if I drink milk, it makes me feel ill. I'm not lactose intolerant, though. Like, I can eat cheese and other lactose-containing products, no problem. But I'm not a baby cow, and milk has a lot of carbohydrates in it, and I don't like to carb count liquids, because that's just a pain in the ass. So I prefer almond milk because it has no carbs. So if I need milk for something, I use almond milk, because it has no carbs, and I don't need to carb count it. Yeah, I do really like oat milk, but oat milk has carbs. Oat milk is comparable to milk for carbs. So as a diabetic, it's less optimal. I don't drink a lot of almond milk. Like, almond milk also lasts forever. it lasts like when I buy it, like the expiry date's always like 2 months later than when I buy it. So I go through maybe a carton every 3 months, and then I won't have it for long periods of time. I just don't drink milk generally. I didn't drink milk really for years. And I have it in oatmeal sometimes, and I don't really like oat milk in oatmeal. I like oat milk in coffee. Like if I'm having coffee with a milk substitute, I'll use oat milk. But or if I'm having like a latte or something, I'll get it with oat milk. But I use almond milk just because it takes forever to expire and it tastes good in oatmeal and it like has no carbs. That's about the most thoughts I can give you on milk. I have no other thoughts about milk. Debating what? What's best for coffee? You'd like to swap it for something else? Depends on the coffee. Like, if you're getting like a mixed coffee, if you're getting a hot milkshake, so if you're getting like a latte or a macchiato or one of those things, I like oat milk. You looked at the tabletop RPG base on Blaseball. I completely ducked out of Blaseball when the community kind of turned into the Homestuck community. It just kind of got annoying. So I stopped paying attention about 4 months after Blaseball got popular, more or less. So no, I have not. I also don't do tabletop RPG stuff, so I wouldn't have seen that. But like I did see that very brief link that you linked, but I clicked on it and then went, huh, and then closed it. No. Yes and no. I saw the link, but did I really look too deeply into it? No. Why do you ask? How big is my cheese selection at my local grocery store? So I have 6 local grocery stores. The expensive one has a big cheese selection with a variety of imported and local and non-local cheese. There's Walmart. There's Real Canadian Superstore, which is Canadian Walmart. There's Safeway, which is not great in its selection. There's, I don't know, there's that other one that I think is just produce. I don't know, but why? I also don't generally eat cheese because, again, I'm diabetic in carbs. Cheese is like a rare treat. I happen to have Havarti right now, but that's purely because that was the only thing they had in stock because people in Canada are panic buying for various reasons right now. So there's a very there's a shortage of things like cheese around here right now. You just find the fact that there is a chaotic table. I mean, yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. Got a little H, you know, little Havarti. Yeah. Sounds like a South Park pun. Well, I mean, if you walk, okay, so if someone smacks you over the head and you wake up in a Real Canadian Superstore and someone told you it was a Walmart, but they painted the walls green instead of blue, it's basically the exact same store. Slightly different brands, but it's like the exact same size, the same kind of layout. It's also kind of similar to a Target, I guess, but like a bigger Target. I don't know. It's just a really big store with kind of everything in it. I don't really like them because their produce kind of sucks usually. You believe you're in the top 10 now in Cheese Runner? Oh, really now? Did you pass me? Swear to God, Animal, if you passed me. What's your name on Steam, Animal? I don't even see you in the top 10. I don't even see you in the top 15. I don't see you in the top 30. I don't see you in the top 40. What's your name? Oh, you made a set. Oh, you made it. What's your name on the separate account then? I'm not going to guess because there's a lot of people in this list. Unless you're referring to Cheese Wanker. Are you Cheese Wanker? Okay, you're in the top 12. Uh-huh. Go get better, you cheese wanker. It's a good name. I like it. Why did you make a separate Steam account only for Cheese Runner? Because why not? Because it sounds like a pain in the dick to have to sign into multiple Steam accounts. But like, you wanted a silly name in the top 10. Oh, okay, fair enough. Also, I guess that game is cheap enough that it's worth doing that. Also, Arch, did you see that you're getting a key for Farthest Frontier? We get to see Arch stream Farthest Frontier. Chat, streamer needs to use the toilet. Streamer will be right back. Also kind of nervous about colony sims. They tend to go one way or another. They're either too frustrating or you enjoy and kind of disappear them into them for hours. I don't know which one how you'll feel about this one. I'm going to play some more of it later, though. Don't know how you'll feel about it. I will say that there's some kind of obvious mechanics that you feel like the game should have that it doesn't explain at all, that it took me way too long to figure out. Seems less punishing than Frostpunk. Frostpunk was so fucking boring. Which was the last rage-inducing one? I guess I could see why you'd think it was that. I really love it when someone who very clearly has never played Dwarf Fortress leaves a very critical comment about like the camera angle of Dwarf Fortress. It's like, well, I really hope they do something about the camera angle because it's my biggest problem with the look of the game. It's like, ooh, good luck. You need periods of calm? Turn off combat. There's a pacifist mode where animals don't attack you and no raiders show up. In Farthest Frontier. You can just do that. Top down best? Yeah, I mean, it's like if you don't like the angle of the camera for Dwarf Fortress, just don't even bother. But I can't really tell people to just don't bother. They're like, oh, the camera angle's jarring. They should make it isometric. It's like... That's all I can say to that. I like... I feel like I would really enjoy Call of Duty Arch if they made it a top-down, isometric, real-time tactics game with pause. Then I would really enjoy Call of Duty. Ironically, I would, because it would just be Commandos, but I like Commandos. Commandos good. God 4X. It's like what so Call of Duty is cool, but like what if it was a real-time strategy game? B-Lug, you have a good day. Enjoy your cleaning. Cheerio, sir. Why wouldn't you want animals to attack you? Because then you don't have to deal with wild boars trying to kill all your dudes. But yeah, Arch, if you don't want random not periods of... if you want the game to be super chill, just play pacifist mode. It's like what, like, oh man, what was the name of that game? Ah, you're like Ace of Seafood. It's Ace Combat, but you play a fish. Like, literally, it's a combat flight sim, but you're mostly playing fish and taking out warships and stuff. And, that, yeah, I remember when this game came out. That was a weird day. Because fucking Playism published this, which is like a legit publisher, too. Same people who put out the modern classic Fight Crab, where you're a crab and you fight with sword and various other weapon. Fight Crab. They kind of did, Arch. How much Farthest Frontier did I end up playing yesterday, and do you think I'll go back to it? I'll play some more tonight. There's a lot of like weird mechanics in that game that are very, 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 very well hidden in their bad UI. That are kind of useful to know. So I'm planning on going back and playing more tonight. So, pop back in 4 hours. If you want to see it. Or just hang out. That works too. In fact, I prefer you just do that. But, yeah, that's a thing. That video game. So yeah, if you're looking for a decent colony builder that's brand new, that one seems pretty good. Although I feel like the combat's kind of shit from the little bit that I saw. The combat was very disappointing from the brief bits of combat that I saw. Like more of a bother than good. I will say, I'm kind of shocked, though, that people are still making Banished. Too many content creators focus on playing on max difficulty? Normal difficulty's fine. I will say, Arch, don't go too heavy on the ASMR moods. Because sometimes I tune into your stream late at night and you just make the back of my neck tingle, and I'm just like, well, time to tune out. Because that particular feeling is like, I want to get that feeling from one person, and that's a person I'm in bed with, not a person I'm watching a stream for on Twitch. And it's not a good feeling at all. So be careful with that kind of vibe, I will say. Because you might get people like me who go, oh, and then immediately tune out. Because it's like, this is uncomfortable. So focus on playing on easy difficulty, but don't focus on sounding like you're in bed with your chat. Although, like, I keep on, I maintain you will like Dwarf Fortress, Arch. You will love this game when it comes out. And you finally get to actually play it. Why not both? Because I won't watch you if you're one of that. So both doesn't necessarily make things better. In fact, I would actually say it's same problem. You have a surprising amount of female viewers and subscribers. Well, I think that's got more to do with vibe. You don't need to have your microphone up like this the entire time to get that kind of vibe. It's more about like the way you set up your microphone and the way you tune your microphone. Rolf, you have a good night. We'll see you when you wake up. Like, I've tuned into streams like that before where it's just like, oh, you sound like you're right behind me. Oh, God, I don't like the way you've got your mic set up. And then I tune out immediately. I think that there's like a happy medium where you don't creep people like me out, but also attract the audience that you're looking for. Good Lord. Although, according to YouTube, less than 1% of my audience is female. So either YouTube is sexist or something's wrong. He's had a mic setup in the past that didn't do that to me, so it's not just his voice. Arch has definitely had mic setups in the past that doesn't do that. It's just the last few times I've tuned into Arch's stream, it does that. Because, like, there's lots of streams that I watch that are super chill vibes that kind of have the same vibe, but don't sound like, you know, you're sleeping with the person. Like, an example, another stream that I can't watch is W Shand. Although I think he changed his name. Something else Shand. Anyway, W Shand is a channel that I can't watch because his microphone does that. But he's done that intentionally. He wants his channel to be weird and creepy, and that's his goal. And holy fuck, it works. But Jesus Christ, I can't watch his streams. Maybe it's to do with that? Possibly. I don't know. At some point, we should fiddle with your mic setup and see if we can pin down exactly what the cause of it is. Because, like, I don't get it when I'm on Discord with you, Arch. It's only on your streams. I'd advise to stream for us, but you don't get paid. So I can't really recommend it in good consciousness. Wait, what? That's weird. Hey, man, dude makes way more money than I do, Aqua. Yes. And if you're reading erotica, it's probably a great setup. Otherwise, maybe tweak it a wee bit. Because I don't think you're trying to be erotic with your stream. But anyway, I'm trying to give you feedback. I've given the feedback. You can choose to listen or not. Change of subject. All right. Well, I mean, if it works well with your audience, then by all means, I have nothing else to say because my feedback is completely irrelevant. But if you want to find a happy medium, then don't just be like, here, I'm going to write off everything you just said, which is what Nuclear Sneeze is saying, and say, sure, we'll find a happy medium. Because right now you're so far in one direction, I can't watch my teammates stream. I can host you and leave, but I can't watch your stream. So, what, Frog? You didn't unlurk, technically. What's wrong, man? Is it something I said? Humans have arrived to trade. It's summer. We're still dealing with the last of that armor, although I guess I could sell off a bunch of it. There we go. Whoa, my mayor wants something. Electrum armor stand. I'd already have one. Nope. How much Electrum do I have currently? 329 bars. Okay. Armor stand Electrum. 1. Investments are open. Yeah, I don't know why you unlurked in the first place just to say that you're going to relurk. It makes me wonder what I said that either upset you or made you not want to speak, Frog. So, apologies for whatever I did. Yeah, but like I've been using it to paint my floors. Most of this is Electrum. So, it's fairly high value, but at this point, value is completely irrelevant for this fortress. Because, like, if you look at the fortress, created wealth, exported wealth, imported wealth, all that, yeah, it kind of doesn't matter. Can't figure out the conversation? Well, the conversation's over. Too much work. Still dealing with that breach?
There's like a clicking coming from the light bulb above me, but it's turned off.
Fuck. That came from the wall over there. What the hell? Someone just drop a bomb in my walls, chat. It's like, where's this clicking coming from? Incident is all resolved. Well, that's good. Glad something's resolved. Always something else. Ay, ay, ay. I feel you on the lack of sleep thing. I'm very much in the lack of sleep world. Got very little sleep last night. couple hours at most. Let's do crown. Okay, we are bringing those. Meetings at 9 a.m. Went to bed at... I fell asleep around that time, probably. Sometime between, like, 2 and 3, I fell asleep. And I woke up... Because, like, the last time I looked at the clock, it was 2:10. And I woke up at 7:15. Was when my alarm went off. I was editing that video that I uploaded this morning by 8. Like 8:06 or something I started editing. There's tons of aluminum, and your dwarves are ecstatic with their rooms because the cabinets and chests are aluminum. You don't have the values memorized, but you haven't done much with Electrum? Yeah, I don't know the value of Electrum. I mean, my bedrooms are full of, like, mostly nice and various other things, but, like, problem that I'm running into is my beds are degrading again, so I need to replace a bunch of beds again. Which is just, like, at this point, a annual thing, pretty much. So where's Dewitt's bedroom? Got a dwarf working on that Electrum armor stand. Let's request dwarf come and trade. Still unloading, apparently. Where on earth is Dewitt's bedroom? It's disco, dragon, volleyball, nobody, Katsu, Alon, Besmer, Animo, Massive, and Cyrlac. Do it. There you go. So that one. Which I don't think it's done yet. Ah, there it is. Electrum armor stand. Perfect. Yes. Electrum armor stand in bedroom. What a good little mayor we have. They're very nice bedrooms, yeah. It's a pity we don't have 69 of them, because that would be double nice. They'd be nice bedrooms in a nice wall made of nice. They'd be pretty nice. There was a streamer that I used to watch for a while who did streams of geology, where she would just, like, you know, talk about rocks mostly and, like, rock formations and science and stuff like that. And I kept on trying to convince her to stream Dwarf Fortress. It didn't actually work all that well. I tried pretty hard, but unfortunately, like, just kind of didn't end up working out. Also, Frog and Neil, thanks for the hosts, by the way. Hosts do help the stream. It's a way of helping the stream out at absolutely no cost to you. So if you want to help the stream out for absolutely free, hosting the stream is a good way to do that. Is there anyone that you haven't tried to convince to play Dwarf Fortress? My mom? Yeah, I've never tried to make my mom play Dwarf Fortress. I did successfully make my dad play Dwarf Fortress, actually, though. Although that was kind of, he was just interested. But he's more interested in it in, like, a programming and perspective. The funny thing about this is Kit Fox doesn't even pay me for this stuff. All right, there we go. All of that stuff is there. Perfect. So from these humans, it's a lot of anvils. Let's just... They got white stork meat? Hedgehog? Okay, I have a question. How do you get hedgehog meat? Aren't hedgehogs vermin? Wouldn't that be giant hedgehog meat instead of hedgehog meat? Or is there like a variety of hedgehog that's butcherable in Dwarfort? Because if there is, that's my first time seeing that. Also, snail eye, impressive. Bumblebee brain, the best. Just meet a hedgehog? I guess so. That must be the case. Also, Hazazan, how are you today? G'day, sir. Although I will say, the few people who I have actually actively convinced to play Dwarf Fortress have all thanked me for it. Arch. I will say that much. They've all thanked me for it. And I reminded my brother-in-law that Dwarf Fortress exists, and now he's back to playing Dwarf Fortress. While in queue for StarCraft matches, or while waiting for friends to play StarCraft with him, but, you know. Or while he's playing chess, because he's a big brain person like that. I think that it's like a special kind of nerd to play both chess and Dwarf Fortress at the same time. Like, that's a special kind of nerd. You return to the sound of chess? Oh, my brother-in-law plays chess, which means if I end up living in a house with him and a few other people, odds are pretty damn good we'll end up playing chess together on a regular basis. Because I like playing chess. I don't like playing chess on the internet. Like, really not a big fan of playing chess on the internet. You couldn't imagine anyone playing chess while playing Dwarf Fortress? Yeah, I mean, it's be a crazy thing for anybody to try and accomplish. True story. Planned to bonk metal, but felt too lazy to do anything. That was me this weekend, except I planned to make videos, and then instead I just stayed in bed. I went on a really big hike on Saturday this past week, and was walking dead after that, and so I just kind of stayed home and, like, sat on my sofa, and then tweeted about, and on my bed, and then tweeted about staying in bed all day, and then Kiri was just like, yeah, but do you actually do that? And I'm like, yes. I didn't even cook. I ordered takeout. The longest period of time I spent out of my bed or off of my sofa over Sunday was literally to go get takeout. It's the only thing I did on Sunday. All I did on Sunday this past week was watch Car Masters Rust to Riches Season 4 in its entirety. I watched all of Season 4 of that stupid show. And then I watched The Gray Man, which is just like... Why am I blanking on his name? It's just Ryan Gosling and Chris Evans beating the shit out of each other for about 2 hours. It's fine. It was fun. It wasn't noteworthy or what I would describe as a good movie, but it was fun, and it was on Netflix, so it didn't cost me anything more than I already pay to watch it. It was fine. According to the Google search I just did, it has a 5 out of 10 on Rotten Tomatoes, and you know what? It's about right. It's just a 2-hour-long action movie, and it was totally fine. They blow up a lot of Austria in that movie. There's a lot of CIA agents in that movie just going, we're going to prison for this. Spoilers, they didn't go to prison, but... Yeah, no, I agree. Like the fun part of chess for me is the social aspect of chess, and the like I've tried actually recently on my weekends to get into online chess. Online chess just removes all of the fun of chess for me, which means I'll never get good at chess because the only way to get good at chess is to actively play a lot of people who are good at chess, right? But I just want to like hang out and drink tea or coffee or sip whiskey and talk with somebody about my poorly chosen moves instead of like just getting called lol noob by some dude online and then muting the chat. Also, I have a clip to show you guys, which is very important. So last night I raided my friend Ponce, right? Who's a old school League of Legends YouTuber and now variety Twitch streamer, but occasionally does League of Legends stuff. And I'm gonna mute the music in the background for a second here. He recorded a old school style video, and while he was setting up for the video, I told him if he records an old school video for his YouTube channel, I'd buy him a flight of whiskey. Nothing super expensive, like maybe a $20 flight the next time we hang out. And he's just like, all right. And then chat was like, what if it gets 1 million views like in the old days? And then he goes,
1 million views. If this gets 1 million views, I'll buy blind the whiskey flight.
so when that video comes out, we need to make sure it gets 1 million views, chat, so I get a free whiskey flight. Just saying. I don't think it'll get a million. It might get a couple thousand, but he's got a couple videos of him just like breaking characters in League of Legends. Are clips for later proof? One of my favorite clips is of my channel, which I don't think is on my channel anymore because it didn't survive the clip-pocalypse, was me saying, if Twitch ever puts me on the front page of Twitch, I will stream Bejeweled on the front page of Twitch. And Cooler clipped that. And like 6 months later, I got an opportunity to play Dwarf Fortress on the front page of Twitch, which I did. Or rather, I got the opportunity to play whatever I want on the front page of Twitch, and I played Dwarf Fortress. But right at the start of that stream, Cooler popped up and posted that clip and with like an eyes emoji, and he's like, I was like, you got me. So I streamed Bejeweled on the front page of Twitch for the last 5 minutes of that 2 hours. Yeah, see, that's different though. Chess puzzles is different. Chess puzzles is different, in my opinion. Like being like given a situation of pieces and being like, take the king or take this pawn or in 3 moves take this. Like that's a puzzle. That's different. Like I do enjoy design chess puzzles. Who plays chess against randos in the park? That's a good retiree goal, I would say. It's like when when I grow old, I just want to sit in the park and play chess against randoms. That's a good goal, I would say. Also, this is that video. So if that video gets 1 million views, I get a free flight of whiskey. Which it won't, so I won't get a free flight of whiskey. But I can hope. I'm only thinking about this because you guys were talking about playing chess and sipping whiskey, so, you know. Maybe, you know, actually, I should bring a chessboard to the whiskey bar and play chess with pots. Do that. Seems like a fun way to go. About wasting a lot of money. When I have money to waste, which I don't currently have. Some of the funniest things for me about being a semi-known name on the internet is every now and again I'll get random DMs from people saying, did you know that you're in this video? And one of my favorite ones was my older sister randomly out of nowhere sent me a DM with a link to Jaunty Geekism's channel, who's pretty well known for like his Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo videos. And he had like a pretty good run of like being quite successful on YouTube as like a Let's Player. And then he's gone through a divorce and some other crappy things in the past year, so he hasn't been particularly active on the internets. But he once, because like I supported him at like $1 a month on Patreon for a while. Evertoaster, thank you for the brand new Prime subscription. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Evertoaster? Bringing on a brand new sub. Cheers, friend. Enjoy those emotes and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days until you click that button again. Thanks. But my older sister randomly sent me a DM because Jaunty in his videos he just had like anybody on Patreon, he would just like pull a name out of a hat basically, or use a random number generator and pick a patron, and he'd make that into the name of an animal whenever he would get new animals. So he got a seal. And he named this, he's just like, what are we going to name this seal? Spin the patron thing, Blind IRL, and just like put it in there. And then my older sister was like, I didn't know you watched this guy. And it was like, yeah, I've been on podcasts with him. He's been on my stream before. I've known him for years. It's like, it's just kind of the weird thing about like existing on the internet is you just kind of get immortalized on other people's channels. Oh no. I've got a merchant who's tantruming and punching another merchant. Well, that's not good. Hopefully the merchant who got the punch is going to report. Yeah, he is going to go report the crime. Well, that's good. Report the crime, you dwarf. You do you, man. Oh, no. He punched another merchant. Wait. No, never mind. He's not punching another merchant. It's just the first one is vomiting. The world is tiny? Well, I mean, the fan groups for certain video games are tiny, yeah. And, you know, like, let's just say you're my older sister and you happen to be very into Planet Zoo, which my older sister is. It's or like my little both my sisters are very into Planet Zoo, actually. They both love that game. Where they both will go out of their way to watch YouTube videos. There's not a lot of people that actively upload YouTube videos of Planet Zoo. So the chance of you running into Jaunty and happening to see my video with me in it is not a 0% chance. Like, actually a pretty good chance. You know, like, I was a really big fan of Total Biscuit. I've watched literally every video that dude uploaded on both of his channels. And most of his live streams. And literally every single podcast he was ever on. So, outside of some of the old WoW radio days, like, I literally watched everything that guy ever did. So, when you like something and you pay attention to a lot of content for it, if I happen to show up in that thing, then yeah, you're going to see it. Because, yes, the world is tiny. It's just like, you know, those crypto bros say that NFTs are the future, yet there's only something like 450,000 people actively going out of their ways to buy NFTs. Which sounds like a lot of people, but, like, more people play World of Warcraft every month. So, you know. Lump, how you doing? It's good to see you. To be fair, there's nothing fair about NFTs. It's just inserting a market into places where they don't need to be. But what do we need to be fair about? The future is gross capitalism and exploitation? No. The future is reject capitalism, embrace socialism, and grow the fuck up and stop driving your pickup truck. That's the future. But odds are pretty good. We'll go in the other direction, and the planet will fall apart, and we'll all fucking die young. And inflation will kill the middle class, and then we'll have the wealthy, and then everybody else. And I won't be one of the wealthy. So, you could argue that the future is dire, and it's going to be awful, and it's going to suck. Or you could be like, pretend to be like slightly hopeful, which I try to be sometimes. But I don't know. It depends on whether or not you want to argue that the world's terrible. Raw crystal glass, clear glass, rough sards. Let's do sards. Race opals and blue jades. Blue jades. Yeah, also, I don't think that there's anything fair about gross capitalism and exploitation. So, it's more like, to be unfair, you would argue, that gross capitalism and exploitation is going to rule. It just won't support our form of life anymore. This is true, yeah. Please see the documentary Love, Death Plus Robots, Season 3, Episode 1, for a perfectly good example of this. Why be fair when you can backstab people to grow more and be your throne of mean... Be on your throne of mean actions? Well, fortunately, to this day, you can still go to Google and type in Bezos balls. Bezos's balls. And you know what you get when you type in Bezos balls? Apparently some weird things now. But not actually that much stuff. But you do... okay, some weird stuff, but nothing not safe for work. You know what you get when you type in Bezos balls? Amazon's headquarters. It's Bezos's balls. See? These are Bezos's balls. I get to walk past Bezos's balls when I go to Seattle in a couple weeks. Because, you know, that's... They could have put a second high-rise here. Instead, they had this really weird glass-covered thingy. And then this weird triple nut phallic thing. The water molecule? It's a bunch of balls, my dude. You can say it like it is. Say it like it is. It's a bunch of fucking balls. What's up, Nervous? Your name checks out. Even better. I love the fact that you just go to Google and type in Bezos balls, and that's what pops up. It's like, it's like that brief period of time where you'd where that one person, what was it? They went on Reddit and they just posted an image of a swastika and just titled it Facebook, and then after that said, if you upvote this enough, it'll pop up in Google when you type in Facebook. And then someone else did that with Comcast at one point, where like you go to Google and you type in Comcast and just like a swastika would pop up. It's just like, okay, I kind of hate it, but like I respect the trolling. It's like that form of trolling is some of the best. Okay, is anybody constructing that armor stand? Clearly not. Also, how much? Okay. Witnesses for the crime have been taken. Did you come over from the YouTube channel, Nervous? If I can ask. Because damn. Looking forward. The fact that he set up that minecart track in an hour is amazing, because currently that same minecart track would take me like 3 days. Okay, what's your sentence? 29 days. Ha! Enjoy it. Let's watch you get chained up. Your minecart track video? Yeah. Sure. You can have that as a quote. Quotes. Add quote. Your text. There you go. What's up, Spiffy? From today? Yep. Yep. Why do I only have 50 people in the fort? Well, technically we have 27. We have 50 with the merchants that aren't technically members of the fort. We only have 50 people in the fort because this fortress is 409 years old. And you stop getting migrants at a point. And when you stop getting migrants, then people die. And also, we wanted to try and avoid wars for as long as possible. The humans did finally invade us in the last couple dozen years. So we're at war with the Confederacy of Sport, which is a human civilization. But aside from that, the purpose of it initially was to keep wars from happening. That's why the population for this particular fortress is so low, because it is very, very old. And it's one of the ways of keeping survivability up. So that's why we only have 50 people. This is the full chunk of info about that. It's literally the most documented, and this fortress is starting to break records, or maybe it's breaking records at this point. I don't know. Once we get another about 90 years into this fortress, so another like 30, 40 streams of it, we will be the oldest fortress that is widely documented. Just ever. Save files available if you want it to. We upload the save file every 100 years in game, so. But as far as Zach's video from today, yeah, I uploaded a video of it today, actually. Although, something that I want to show from Zach's video from today, that I don't know how many people noticed this, but at the end here, this dwarf, okay, actually, where is it? This dwarf, watch this dwarf. Watch it. It clips through the UI. It's things like this. This is why Premium hasn't launched yet. There are some things that still need spit and finish before they can release it. You know, like just like that shouldn't happen like at all. And you know, that's the sort of thing that still needs to be fixed before Premium can be released. So to all those people that are like, just release it right now, it's like, well, yes, but also pump the brakes. Pump the brakes, because some things are going to take a little bit of time still. There's still bug fixing that needs to happen. And the reason I say that is because someone literally just commented on my upload of that. Just released the goddamn game already, man. It's like, calm down. Calm down. I've been waiting longer for Stalker 2. And you know what? I can keep waiting a little longer. I will live. Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, over the past year or so, especially, I've started getting the occasional comment, and now occasionally I'll see a thread on the Steam forums, which very quickly gets locked, of people basically saying, "This is taking so long, I'm not going to buy it now." It's like, well, yeah, you will, but also quit complaining. It's like, you know, remember, Mountain Blade Bannerlord got announced in 2012. And when did Bannerlord release? 2020? Bannerlord released in 2020. Yeah, March 2020. Bannerlord released. Mountain Blade 2. So, you know, there was a very long wait there. So I've waited longer for games, and you know what? It's almost always worth it. It just means that they're not killing themselves to get it out for you. And anybody who's played Dwarf Fortress for an extended period of time knows that the wait is probably worth it. What the cock do they want? A broken game moment? I think there are some people that are just impatient, and they really don't know what they want at all. It's just kind of that simple. Also, hey, Freeways. What's up? Impatient people who want to be the first to complain about the bugs. Although they won't complain about the bugs, because bugs in Dwarf Fortress are generally not... Like, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where bugs are often more just funny features. You know, like one of my favorite bugs in the game right now, in the current version is that giants, night creatures, and boogeymen and other evil creatures that technically shouldn't be allowed to align with any faction are joining factions via the religion system, because they can join the religion and then not be hostile with that faction anymore and like become like religious figures. And so there's many examples of like giants and ettins and like becoming like priests for various religions, which is really cool, because they'll be like a loved and heralded religious figure, and then they'll go off to a different faction and murder an entire village and come back and be a loved religious figure. And you run into them in adventure mode, and like that kind of shit, that's not an intended feature, that's a bug, but that's fucking awesome. Better play the game when it's ready than when it's Cyberpunk? Yep, or Skyrim. You know? That happens when they get resurrected too. Oh, absolutely. I know there's like so many unintended interactions in Dwarf Fortress that are bugs. Now, the thing that people will complain about is they will fuck up their fortress and then somehow figure out how to screw up the frame rate and complain about the frame rate. And they're also going to complain that world generation takes too long, even though it's significantly faster than it is in the current version now. Like right now, it takes me about 4 hours to generate a 1,000-year-old world, which is pretty good. And quite frankly, I'm happy with that. But there are some people that'll be like, 20 minutes to generate a map! Rah! I guarantee you're going to get that, even with the speed increases. All right, so we're up to late summer. Let's lock the dwarves in the tavern for a bit. Just do some celebration. But also, welcome to the stream, Zelfrom. Just vibing, Freeways. Feel you there. Still waiting for Bannerlord to be good. I mean, it's pretty good. It's getting better. It's still pretty good. Also, like, you know, Dwarf Fortress isn't releasing in early access, which is great. My favorite fact about Dwarf Fortress is that it can't launch into early access because it would break Steam's terms of service to release Dwarf Fortress in early access. Because you can release an unfinished game as a full release on Steam, but if you release an unfinished game in early access on Steam, it has to have a reasonable estimated release date, and reasonable is within 3 years. You can extend that once you're in early access, but you have to have a reasonable release date. I hate the guy and think his humor is insufferable. Nervous handjob. So, yes, but didn't finish it. Not a fan of him. It's just kind of amusing to me that Dwarf Fortress doesn't qualify for Steam Early Access because it's estimated release date's like 2050 or whatever. It's like that's just funny to me. And they'll get there. It'll get there. Hey, Anonymous, stop being depressed. This dwarf was a little bit depressed for a bit there, but wants to practice martial art. You're in the military, right? Will release eventually. Yep. Yeah, no, it will. I mean, it'll, fingers crossed, release this year. If that estimate will change with the possibly expanded team. What, for 2050? Honestly, like, the statements that Tarn has made about expanding the team, I don't think he'll expand the team. I genuinely don't. What I do think he will do is if it sells super well, I think he'll open source parts of the game. Which I think is better than expanding the team. It will still be really bad at DF? DF's an extremely easy game. Nervous. Like, it's an extremely easy game. It's just an obtuse game. It's very, 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 very easy to contort this game into doing exactly what you want it to do. Well, the thing is, though, like, I mean, I released that clip where Tarn talked about possibly expanding the team. And, like, he said the same thing that he always does when that question comes up, because that question comes up a lot, where he says, you know, we've thought about it and we've discussed it. And then he pivots to, it's more likely we will open source world generation, which is something he's thrown the idea around for a while, actually, on and off. But there was I think it was a rock, paper, shotgun article from, like, 2019. Those pumps are powered? Yep. All my pumps are powered. They're powered by the drainage down here. Well, some of them are powered by windmills, but most of them are powered by this. This is my drainage pipes. The water falls down through here. Whoopsies. Water falls down through there, and then along here, and that powers the pumps. But I don't expect Tarn to ever open source the entire game because, like, there are problems with open sourcing a game and trying to sell it. But I could see him open sourcing the world generation or portions of the game, which, yeah, would make it kind of incredible. I made it so far in Minecraft, which will be a lock gate between two oceans. Oh, really? Let's see. Let's take a peek. Give me a sec. Let me have a look-see. Ooh. That's kind of rad. Are you going to drain an ocean? Looks like a... I really wish I could just get rid of their suggested posts on Imager. It's really just kind of a cesspool, that website. Hey, Cilantro. And off-screen map stuff specifically? Yeah. I would like to understand the clockwork nature of it a little more. But I'm not a programmer, so I will probably never know how it works. Like, properly, anyway. And you know what? That's something I'm kind of okay with, to be honest with you. I'm kind of okay with just never really knowing. But I understand enough of how this game works that I'm happy. But generally, I find that a lot of the stuff that people mod into Dwarf Fortress is not stuff that interests me. It's just the way Dwarf Fortress works. There's so much in this game already. And built your turn system around the RPS interview with Tarn, where he discussed how DF does turns. Yeah, I mean, like, there's lots of talks where he's discussed, like, there's a 5-minute clip from one of my interviews with him on my YouTube channel where he talks about how local maps are generated and stored in memory. And it's about 5 minutes, and I'll be honest, I don't understand a word of it. Let me see if I can find it for you. Yeah, this one. There's also an expanded talk about this that he did at NYU years ago, but this video, I don't understand a word of what he's saying here. But I'm also an idiot. You've given in interviews
that may be not 100% correct, but it's basically going to be right. So let's talk about rivers first. So in the top level world, Jen, we've talked about how they flow to erosion, and then you can see them, right? They're just there. You see it. You see how they flowed downhill, or they carved a canyon, or whatever. But then when you zoom in to the next level down, it creates what we call the mid map, right? When you make a 16 by 16 for a given world map title. Now, what it doesn't show you up above is the world map, like say your 129 by 129 world map, has data that's fixed, that's generated randomly, but it's generated at the beginning of the world or after the rivers have flown, which is the edge leaving point of every river from into another tile. So if you have a river tile where the river comes from the north and then exits to the east, there's a north crossing point and an east crossing point that's stored in the memory permanently. It's not altered. That's just up there. And then we also know the flow level of the river based on the rainfall and all that kind of stuff or whatever, but then it just stores it. So we have 3 stored quantities then. And then when it creates a mid map, it takes that crossing point and the width of the river on the north and the east in that example, and then it does a random walk or whatever between those 2 points. Then you've got a river of a given thickness in that 16 by 16 map, and then you're like, okay. Actually, it doesn't need to widen it because they're never wider than one tile. Wider than one mid-map tile. So you don't even need to widen them yet. You just know how wide they are lower down. So it goes from 1 point at the north in the mid-map to 1 point in the east in the mid-map. Now, when you zoom in on a given river tile, it's going to turn that one tile in the mid-map into a 48 by 48 tile below. And this is where the mid-map also has crossing points. And because we use the same seed to generate the mid-map each time, those crossing points are regenerated faithfully, right? Every time. So now when you go to generate your 48 by 48s, and you have several of them in a given fortress, or when you're walking around in adventure mode, the crossing points are all generated, no matter if you go from the south or if you load from the north or load from the east or load from the west as you're walking around or stitching forts together. It'll have the same crossing point and the same width. So when you're generating this 48 by 48 chunk, it's not just the elevation data that it has of the corners and the center and so forth, but it also has the crossing points of the rivers. And then it can just stitch them together, and they always stitch perfectly and they always flow the right direction. So it's just a little bit of extra data hanging around that you can regenerate faithfully or store all the time, depending on how often you use it, etc. Blah blah blah. That lets you get away with that kind of thing. And sites are similar. Like the site itself has some very.
This dwarf wants to eat snails. Prefers to consume radish, wine. Oh, never mind. Sorry, never mind. I misread that. Prefers to consume radish and wine and Okay, never mind. I misread that as wine. Prefers to consume
very general information all the time about its population and the kinds of buildings that are in it and stuff. And then when you get close to it, because they can cross mid-map boundaries, they aren't stored in the mid-map specifically, but when you get close to it, it creates a thing called a site realization. It opens up a new map. Again, not the zoomed-in map, but the mid-level map, excuse me, of the site, which is at most 17 by 17 mid-map tiles. And so then it has an idea of where the roads cross and where the buildings are. It knows all of the buildings now, and where they are. And then the trick here is that every single building you see, all the shops and everything, all of the road intersections, all of the bridges, everything are all restricted to live within one 48 by 48 tile. They never cross those boundaries. It never tries to make a building that is really long or crosses one of those boundaries, so that everything in a given 48 by 48 is self-contained. All it needs to know is where's the road intersection, where does it exit, north, east, south, west, how wide is the road, what's it made out of, and then the buildings, it can do whatever it wants. It knows when it comes in, I need to have like these 2 shops and X number of hovels or whatever, and then it just places them in the different parts of the however it wants, based on the seed. But there's never any conflicts because they never cross the edges.
And there you go. I pretend to understand what that means. There's also in the link in the description of that video, there's this link to this video, which is a 48-minute talk that he did for NYU. Where he expands on literally everything in that subject. So there you go. I think at this point I've seen almost every single talk that Tarn's ever done that has recorded on the internet. So, sometimes when you become this much of a dedicated content creator, I don't know what the fuck my job title is anymore. When you become this much of a dedicated content creator, I can't tell if I'm a journalist, an entertainer, a content creator, or a really creepy stalker. It's like, I mean, if like Bay 12 Games was like a 50-person studio that had turnover, then I wouldn't feel like a stalker. But because it's literally just 2 dudes, like there's times where I look at myself and I go, man, dude. So you say I'm somewhere between an entertainer and a journalist, Stone? It's like I've read most of the blog posts that Bay 12 has ever posted. Playing the Poet of Phrases is the form of music that they're playing. It's like I've read almost every Bay 12 blog post. I've played as many of their games that are publicly available that I can get my hands on. I've like watched every single upload, including the one video that Tarn has on his personal YouTube channel of him playing guitar with Scamps playing in the background. I haven't climbed through either of the Addams Brothers windows yet. Yet. Although I do know where they live. Also, hi, Evertoaster. Thanks again for that sub. Helping keep my stalking antics funded. I'm like this close to mailing Tarn a microphone, by the way. Maybe I'll just bring a microphone to PAX and give it to him. As I have an old Blue Yeti, like, on the other side of my apartment. And you just heard Tarn's mic. So I'm kind of tempted to just bring my Blue Yeti and be like, would you like a Blue Yeti? I have one. You can have it. Take it. Please. Because like, I used it for like 7 years, but it works fine. The thing's a tank. Could destroy... You could kill somebody with that thing if you threw it at them. Thing is practically like small dumbbell. Like, it's not the nicest microphone, but it sounds great and you can record a whole bedroom, so... I need to figure out what microphone they're currently using and if it's actually like a better thing. Tarn needs to up their creator game. Imagine working from home and not having a mic. No, he has a mic, but his mic is like. I don't know what microphone they use, but like, I know that he has a little like Logitech one earpiece headset with a little like phone mic on it. A light game journalist and Twitch streamer who specializes in Dwarven Fortresses. Hell of a lot better than the term influencer. Although I do influence many people into playing Dwarf Fortress. Fortunately, it's free. It doesn't even cost you anything. Yeah, but it's not a Bluetooth earpiece. It's one of those ones that looks like an earpiece. I influenced you into cheese. True, but cheese is very affordable. Okay? The humans have arrived with their annual tribute for early autumn. I'm hoping the dwarves will trade this year, because this is around the time of year that the other human faction tends to invade us. Everyone is an audio engineer these days. I mean, like, I don't have the nicest setup, but it's just like, got this little Zoom interface. This thing's actually small enough that depending on what I'm able to set up with KitFox, I might just fucking bring this with me, because this has it has a recording attachment that I can plug into it and use it mobile. Oops, wrong button. But yeah, no, I mean, I even own both of Tarn's books. Gotta work your way back up to 420. You know what would be quicker than investing? Just don't invest and wait. It won't take you that long to get up above 420. Oh, man. The Twit's tantruming again. Gosh. The dungeon master went to go release this dwarf from prison, and then got attacked by the dwarf who he just released from prison, and is now reporting another crime. What's the fun in that? Achieving your goals. 3 counts of disorderly conduct. Again. Would they think of a certain number? True. I don't know if that's influenced, though. I think that you're memorable about a certain number, because it's not a normal, or not a common, shall I say, number for someone to have as their favorite number. Not so much the beating, but the prison sentences will. Although this person will just eventually get evicted from the fortress and sent elsewhere. Although I don't think that you have kids. No. Also not married, so this dwarf is, this is going to sound bad, absolutely no value to my fortress whatsoever. So, can just boot them out. This year's gone by pretty quick. We've almost made it to fall, which means we're almost at winter. Wait, what? Fuck. Okay, well, nobody's died. You know that feeling when you pull the wrong lever and then you immediately feel like an idiot? Anyway, I pulled the wrong lever. Hold on. Definitely wrong lever. Glad I noticed that. The second time I've done that recently. I've pulled this lever absent-mindedly. Oh, great. Well, the enemy have come and are now laying siege to the fortress. But... I hope those humans make it out. I need to name your levers? I did. I know exactly what that lever does. And I know the name of it. The mistake that I made was just simply... can't even get down there. Yeah, I don't even... Oh, no, actually, I do have a way down there. Okay. I need somebody to go down here. I mean, I need to do this anyway, so... I think I pulled it while I was listening to that video. I need somebody to pull this lever. All right, so... Lock all the dwarves inside. Check the tribute. There you go, Stone. Grab that. We got humans that require burninating. Because we under siege. Oh no! F's for the count. F's for what now? The count is back to 1. It was up to pretty high number, but it's back down to 1. Upper cap is the end. That's the end of the page? Oh my word. That is a big one. Geese. All right, so we're locking ourselves inside. I'm just kind of hoping that this faction is at peace. Oh, Kib's giving birth to a boy. Bad timing, but does anybody want to be a brand new member of this fortress? If you do not currently have a dwarf in this fortress and would like one, please raise your hand. Half of the cats in your fort are constantly knocked out due to some forgotten beast extract. Oh no. Freeways, you've had plenty. There's plenty of people here who have never had any before, like Ayer. Welcome to Longdeath. He is the son of Kib and Lear, and is a dubious worshipper of Shin Russatamber the Red Rocks, and an ardent worshipper of Shin Russatamber the Red Rocks. That's a bug. Another bug in Dwarf Fortress, where they can worship the same god multiple times. Anyway, he was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is arranged in double braids. His cobalt eyes are close set, and he has an angular chin, and his ears are narrow. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. He likes nickel, black zircon, giant rhinoceros horn, giant parakeet parchment, and greaves and armor stands and amulets and water buffaloes for their wallowing. Horseshoe crabs for their ability to hide in the sand, in the words of the Key of Outrage. I don't think I've ever seen the horseshoe crabs one before. And the sound of the prim pedalum when possible prefers to consume thornback ray and sweet potato wine, and you hate bark scorpions. You personally see merrymaking as a waste and value a harmonious existence, and dreams of creating a great work of art, like scribbling on the floor. Is quick to anger, cries a lot, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, doesn't cry for food very often, and often feels lustful. Weird. Isn't particularly ambitious, and doesn't, well, yeah, because he can't move, he's a baby, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Well, yeah, he's a baby. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, probably because he's a baby, and likes to take it easy. Yeah, mom carries him because he's a baby. He exhales slowly and deliberately when he starts getting bored. Yeah, it sounds like a baby. And scratches his nose when he's trying to remember something, because he's a baby. And needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any good baby. Why are there no new foreign residents? So there's a old limitation in the game where if you have over 3,000 dead and missing in the fortress, the game assumes that you have too many dwarves and they stop sending you more. Or if your faction dies. But in this case, it's because we have too many dwarves. All the pots and pans and bowls are clean? Well, hell yeah, man. I really hope that all of these got hooked up. It looks like they did. Although, I think that limitation has been removed for the premium version because they're aware of it. So there is that. Lava fill flooding, batting 4, batting lava whoosh, lava drain, that's to pull. That's me in my other fort right now because my mountain home just got killed. It's literally like second to last fort, or second to last large fort in my civ. So these are the humans that are invading. See if this dwarf makes it. Only took 4 hours? That's not so bad. But dragon is pulling that thing. See his top. Okay, top door is closed. Meaning, Willem Katsu, you gotta go the other way. Gotta move quickly there, dwarf. Nobody's died yet, so that's good. Humans are gonna have to take the other way. I really hope that those humans aren't going to fight with the other humans. I hope that they're on good terms. You have a good night, animal. Sleep well, dude. To the dead people in PostCap. If you have DF hack installed, there is, I don't remember the command, but there is a command to clear that list, which negates that issue. Also, if you retire and reclaim the fortress, it also fixes it. But those are both things that I'm not willing to do for this fortress because it kind of goes against my self-imposed rules. Okay, you know what? I'm going to see if I can open and close this real quick. Open it just long enough to let those traders out. And close it. Fortunately, they're moving pretty slowly. Although that's also frame rate because of all the entities that just entered the side of the map. Yeah, hopefully this doesn't crush them, actually. That could be kind of bad. So our dwarf should get there pretty quick. Lava is starting to flow down this stairway. That's kind of scary, but should be able to make it out, I would think. The lava is going to start draining out of this center thing, so it should be fine. It's kind of a big oops, more than anything. Okay, so this dwarf goes here and pulls that lever to let this merchant out, and then we'll have to pull the lever again immediately. Oh no, there's... no, we have to cancel it. Actually, well, we might not have to cancel it, but I will have to. Ah, shit. I have a merchant out here. Okay. Yeah, we do have to cancel it. Okay, well, I'm sending my military out to kill this one dude. Let's turn off that briefly and then turn it back on. Fortunately, this human here is just at what seems to be, yeah, an unarmed recruit. So, let's see, where are the rest of them? Are they all topside? Yeah, they're all topside. Okay, so that's good. There doesn't seem to be too many here. Meaning that dwarf can drop their fucking wheelbarrow. I can cancel that job. This dwarf can book it over here as quickly as fucking possible. I can pause the game. We're gonna fly down here. Check this. What are they fighting with? That? Are you serial game? No. Okay, that's an old combat log, so we're fine. Fly down to here. You must attempt sleep. You're not gonna stick around for the fight? Okay. Well, you know that we'll succeed. We've seen this fight before, I think. Alright, so I've got this set. We've set this to close again. Dwarf will run inside. This weather, yeah, I know what you mean. But you have a golden stone. Take care of yourself. It's actually really fun, Kalias, to intentionally be the last bastion of a fortress. Wait, hold up. Are you friendly or no? Okay, so this human is friendly. Why are you going this way? Dude, what? Why are you... Seems like there are multiple bad newses in this fortress right now. Come on, buddy. You can make it in. You can make it into the fort. This is bad news bears, chat. We're probably gonna lose little M Katsu because they got stuck outside. Come on, little M Katsu. Please tell me they've pulled that lever. Yes, they pulled the lever. Okay, well that's good. Fortunately, these humans are not very efficient. If you can get around that corner, Lil M Katsu, those human recruits, I guarantee you, will get stuck in those traps. So chase that first one, which you're doing. He's gonna get stuck in the first one. Perfect. Now you just need to get around that corner, run away from this fucking wrestler behind you. This unarmed wrestler, fortunately. And walk over that other trap. Come on, Dwarf. Oh, man. Well, perfect. You ran. That's totally acceptable, too. Huh. Okay, well, that could have gone a lot worse than that, but fortunately it didn't. Where's this other human at? This guy stood there. This human is going to, I guess, exit out the combat entrance. And this human is friendly with us. This human is part of the faction that trades with us. So I will assume they're not going to go and die, hopefully. And Dragon, where are you at? Okay, cool. Dragon made it out of the lava area, the lava-filled area. Cool. So now we can go back to normal. Where are you going? Let's just turn this off. And turn this back on. Meaning you should turn around. Come on. Fucking turn around, Dwarf. Where the fuck are you going? Tons of shit around, you stupid imbecile. Goddamn windowsill. Turn around. Well, this is the most dwarf fortressy thing that could possibly happen. A kind of depressed military dwarf refuses to go where they're supposed to be. Dude. Dude. Okay, how about this? That do it? I just... Fucking... Fine. Ay. How about this? Station there. That's an order. Wrestler. Was gelding a horse and got his head caved in? Yeah, that'll happen. Let's get an artifact stolen by IKEA. I don't believe I've ever had an artifact stolen by IKEA. I did get my anvil stolen by a Grand Langer on day 1 once, though. That was pretty funny. Dude, you're supposed to fucking turn around. It was just a named shield. Oh, okay, fair enough. You're getting thunderstorms? That's pretty rad. How big is this enemy siege? Not small. I'm also curious if Stutar is going to make it out or not. Don't know where they're headed. Like, there's literally... Okay, fine. Might as well just have them activate as military so they can just raffle stomp through whoever they run into instead of going to their destination and then dying. There's 2 of them heading up, 3 of them even. I'll tell them to station there so that they stop, but they are straight up just like disobeying all orders. Oh, maybe that's the problem, actually. They might not be disobeying. I may have just had them on the wrong. No, okay. I mean, they will, in fact, waffle stomp them. Like, my military is V-strong. But I don't really want them to accidentally end up fighting that, because I don't want to clean up the mess. No gremlins can try to steal your... How many... A vulture can steal an anvil? Yeah, no, a vulture could totally steal an anvil. There you go. You happy there, dwarf? You satisfied with the annoyances you've caused me? And that human that you're currently, I think, just beating to death? Yeah, literally just punching him. So, hold on a second. The elite wrestler strikes the human bowman in the head with his large orca leather skirt. Okay, so the elite wrestler... Hold on a second. So this wrestler is stripping this human and beating him to death with his clothing. So let's unpack this for a second. The elite wrestler strikes the human bowman in the head with his large orca leather skirt. Okay? But the attack is deflected by the human bowman's large bronze helm. The force bends the neck, tearing apart the skin and bruising the fat. The elite wrestler then grabs the human bowman by the large sheepwood hood with his left hand. The elite wrestler tries to remove the sheep's wool hood. The elite wrestler gains possession of the sheep's wool hood. The elite wrestler strikes the human bowman in the head with his large orca leather skirt. Okay? Because earlier, literally, the first thing he did was charged at him, knocked him over, punched him a bunch, punched him more, punched him even more, punched him even more, bit him in the leg, punched him even more, latched on firmly, punched him even more, punched him even more, punched him even more, punched him even more, and the elite wrestler beats the bowman in the left, bruising him through a robe. Now, where does he gain possession? I like that. The human bowman looks surprised by the ferocity of the elite wrestler's onslaught. Literally. Okay, so knocked him over, ripped his skirt off, and is now beating him to death with it. In Dwarf Fortress, biting is a very valuable learned skill. So, this dwarf just beat a human to death with his pants. Also looks like our human trader here can just leave, so that's good. I hope. All right, turn around and leave now. Please. You too. Try this. My dude. Like, they're disobeying every single order I'm giving them. Like, just fucking turn around and leave. Good lord. Dwarves, you're gonna be the death of me. Okay, looks like our human trader is gonna die. But this dwarf can beat that recruit to death and run, hopefully. Back up, there you go. I'm pretty sure that's all of them. Yes, the rest all didn't go full stupid and keep moving forward. So, pour one out, chat, for this human mercenary who defended the trader that brought us our annual tributes and is now going to die in here. Fighting against his own kind. Or her own kind? Her own kind. And her lower left leg is bruised. She chose to hold the line. She willingly turned around, actually, on the way in. Must have made the decision to fight on behalf of the dwarves. I think he's going to get a kill, though. Look at that. Come on. You got this. Fighting against this axeman. Yeah, she seems to be killing him. Great. Although the human axeman attacks the human crossbowman, but she jumps away. The human axeman hacks the crossbowman in the right foot with his iron great axe, tearing apart the muscle, and it's literally like embedded his axe in her foot. So she's got an axe in her foot, but she's still shooting bolts at him. Now she's on top of him. She won't survive the remaining onslaught, but will hopefully at least get one. Yeah, just her foot's cut open. Meanwhile, Dumal is oozing, as the game words it. Will bleed out eventually, regardless. Seems like the axe has come out, seeing as it's on the ground now. But here come the backup for this damn human. The sad part is this didn't need to end this way. It really didn't. Our human friend could simply have waited, and the dwarves leave. Rest in peace. Didn't even get the kill on that human axeman. Wow. Such a shame. Humans, such fragile creatures, they fall apart so easily. I am very amused by this dwarf that killed the human with their own pants, though. That's pretty good. That is, in fact, pretty damn good. But now we just wait for the rest of them to slowly make their way. Slowly make their way. Into the fortress, and then we seal it off. Once we seal it off, then we can dump all the lava in here and burn them all. Burn them all! But we've still got a lot of humans that we need to get in there before I can, air quotes, burn them all. As the classic saying says. So, chat, how are you doing? How's your day been? What you been up to? We're just sitting here and slowly waiting for a bunch of humans to willingly walk into the burning chamber. So that I can start the fire. As the lyrics go. I am quite a fan of burning chambers. Burninate them. Also, in regards to your statement and subscriber screaming, literally I'm in the exact same situation with that particular company. Fortunately, I got the vast majority of it out up until recently. So, you know, there's that. It's fun. This is a solid trap. It's a very warm trap, yeah. It's a bit too slow for my taste, but it works. And I set it up really quick. For reference, all of this lava here is going to get dumped on them. Pretty slowly, but it's all going to get dumped on them. We just need to wait for them to, you know, chop shop and walk forward a little ways. They get to look at our lovely artworks of, I don't know, what's this? A blue peahen screaming because it's being slaughtered. A dwarf named Dragon and a granite scepter. And Dragon is raising the granite scepter because he made a great granite scepter. And an image of a spear, which is the image of our civilization. They also get to witness an image of a cow that is falling. And relating to the slaughter of a cow in 204, because we slaughtered many cows, and an image of a ram that's screaming, because when you overclock your ram too much and it burns out, it screams before it gets slaughtered. So yeah, no, we've got lots of good images that they get to see, and the ones that get out front will be stuck in cage traps, and they'll also burn. In the traps, so it's pretty good. They're trying to make demon vapor husk things in an evil biome. Demon vapor husk things. Can you elaborate a tad? What exactly is a demon vapor husk thing? Because I don't know what a demon vapor husk thing is. Sure, but how exactly are you doing that? Shall I elaborate on the question a little bit more? Oh, okay, I understand. I understand what you mean now. You're trying to trap them in the creepy frog that makes you turn into a brains thing. You're trying to make zombie demons. Does it work? Well, I don't believe I've ever seen demons collide with undeading stuff. I've had zombie demons from necromancers. That's what you're trying to find out? Gotcha. Man, I'm well aware of what the proc gen Steam demons are. The last time I fought with demons on a different save file, we had a bunch of snow demons, and they fell apart pretty quick. To the point where I had one dwarf that killed 14 of them. Then the fire demons came out of the basement, and they fucking annihilated us. They were made of glass, and they just, like, came flying out and just the entire fort. So it was all fun and games until the Fire Nation attacked at that point. Steam beings will leave body parts which can be resurrected. Water beings, I think, just pop. Steam ones will leave, like, limbs and stuff. Like, I don't know. I kind of imagine that... hold up. Here, let me find a visual reference. So this is the video game character... Wait, that's the wrong link. This is the video game character Rayman. All right? So, if Rayman here is a demon, then, or a steam demon, I would think that let's just like subtract the body, okay? So hold up, is the game paused? Yes. So let's just subtract his body, right? That not okay, never mind. Let's just use this. So a steam demon would just be like Rayman, but there's a bunch of steam here, you know? So when you kill the steam demon, he dies, right? But the hands, the feet, and the head still stick around, sort of. The body goes whoop. Although if it's a blob, then it's just a blob of steam, and that, when it dies, would just die. So a blob of steam would just be a full thing of steam and have no substance. So when it dies, it just goes poof and disappears. Versus a humanoid steam demon, which when it dies, its arms are left over. So that's my visual reference for a steam demon. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Just let me close all these Rayman tabs that I just opened up. Also, Rayman, terrifying creature. Pretty good games though, especially the early platformers, not the 3D ones. Okay, humans are still coming in. So kind of a fun thing about this is you can see what the humans are saying in this. Death, it's all around us. I feel very uneasy. Also, that stupid dwarf is throwing another fucking tantrum. Oh, right, shit. That's a problem. Let's remove them from there and put them back up in there. Well, I mean, it depends on the shape of the demon. It's like Forgotten Beasts are the same. It's like if it's made of water and it's a blob, then it's literally just like a floating bubble, and you pop it, and it goes boop, and it's gone. But if it's like a humanoid, then they usually leave like arms. You know, I've always been okay with those like weird monster hands in video games up until the ones from Elden Ring. I haven't played Elden Ring because I can't play those games. But my God, those like high-speed spider hands, yeah, those are nightmare fuel. All right, looks like they're all in here. So we can go start pulling levers. That lever, do it now, do it now. Okay, we got a little bit of time. But they are mostly all in here. we go. Got 2 dwarves going to go pull the lever, Taigo and Lil M. Katsu. Shout out to Lil M. Katsu, who literally like had a straight up run in with them. Like that dwarf straight up fought and dodged and ran around a bunch of the humans that sieged us. Although I do kind of believe that some of the proc gen demons are literally just those. Right down to here. Come on. Come on. Walk down to that. Pull the lever, Dwarf. There we go. That's one done. Which one did you pull? Hoping it was the back one. I don't actually know. Looks like it was the front one. Fucking hell, which one did you pull? Oh, yeah, okay, so they're now all locked inside. Meaning that human just got a nasty surprise because was smacked into the ceiling and then came back down and hit the floor. But it was mostly fine because it was wearing pretty effective armor. So now we go up here. And if you've never seen this trap before, now's the time to look at the stream and watch, because you're about to see a bunch of humans become unknowing human torches. Or unwilling human torches? Anyway, time to sit back and sip your tea and watch the show. Or coffee, or energy drink, or vodka, or beverage of choice. Because there it goes. Now, it is actually flowing quite quickly. It's just the frame rate's kind of low because there's a lot of entities on the map, and they're all currently stuck. It will speed up, though. I call this dramatic slow-mo instead of, Bowman, I was caught in smoke. That's very annoying. Death, I feel very uneasy. I was caught in smoke underground. That's very annoying. That's all that these humans have to say, is that it's very annoying that they were caught in smoke underground. You know what's kind of funny is fire in Dwarf Fortress doesn't technically cause pain. So catching on fire doesn't actually distress anything in Dwarf Fortress at all. So they're just like on fire, and the thing that's annoying them is that they're inhaling smoke. Not that they're on fire, but the smoke is the smoke that's coming off their body as they're burning to death. I was caught in smoke underground. That's very annoying. I was caught in smoke underground. That's very annoying. I've been wounded. That's very annoying. Okay, this one got wounded. So he's currently burning, but the wounded. Isn't the smoke them? Yeah, well, until they start with like actually gaining injuries, but the injuries is caused by the fact that they're losing limbs from the fire, but the fire itself isn't what bothers them. So there's no thoughts of like, oh, I'm on fire, or anything. It's just, I inhaled smoke, that's annoying, and then I've obtained an injury, that's very annoying. So catching on fire in Dwarf Fortress is very annoying. And that's about it. It's just kind of annoying. Suboptimal. Not something you want to do every day, frankly. If you can avoid it, as far as they're concerned, it's very annoying, and you shouldn't do it. How does the lava drain? See that big brown area on the left? The big kind of box thing? This thing? There's multiples of those, and it drains out of those. I pull a lever, and it drains out the side. Quite effective. Is that a bunch of seeds? What is that? Oh, there's a bunch of walnuts in here for some reason. I'm not sure who was carrying walnuts, but I wonder if that's like Russians stealing washing machines. If the humans are stealing walnuts. Anyway, because they're all locked in here, I can actually remove the dwarves from the area that they were locked into. Toasted walnuts? Soon. Speaking of lava, lava is a very entertaining thing. In fact, lava is a thing that I'm a rather large fan of myself, to the point where I go out of my way to seek out these live streams of actual volcanoes. So shoutouts to Iceland for our alternative entertainment today. It's still erupting. If you want a link to that stream, here's a link. But that's just gonna burn for a little bit. There's always actively gonna be humans burning. A lot of them are in cages. There goes Kel. Death is all around us, as you see. I feel very uneasy. This is truly horrifying, says the human hammerman. I am distressed about this, says a different human hammerman. Death, this is truly horrifying. Death is all around us. This is truly horrifying. I was caught in smoke underground, says the human pikeman. That's very annoying. Yeah, they get upset when they see their friends die in front of them, but aside from that, they just get mildly annoyed by the smoke. Gosh. Frames, why are you so slow? Speed up a little bit. It's probably also because, well, okay, this area is like getting unstuck now, which is good. Now, we're back to weaving yarn into cloth. Can start doing some farming while we wait for, or plant processing, I suppose, while we're waiting for all this. We need to make new clothing soonish. Not just yet, but we're getting there. Chat, do you have a favorite trap design? We're a little lurky right now, so I'm trying to like get some conversations going. But do you have a favorite method of defending stuff? I'm a big fan of the old-fashioned make a giant bucket of lava and just dump it on their heads. That's my favorite method of dealing with bads in Dwarf Fort. Just wait until they all walk into the fortress and then dump Bernie stuff on their head. Make invaders fight mega beasts. I really like that strat until you run out of mega beasts. Although there's somebody on Reddit. Let's see if I can find that screenshot, actually. There's somebody on Reddit that is doing a genuinely impressive thing. If I can find it. No, don't want to do that. That. This one. 135 beasts captured, 710 left to go. They're capturing every single mega beast in the world, I'm assuming. That's fucking wild. Like, fucking wild. Squug, what up? Nothing. Yo, Squug, I found a game you might like. And it's like $5. How? Ask them in their comments section. I'm assuming with a lot of trap doors. The empty? I'll post in chat. It's fine. I've streamed it, so. Although I'll say, not too difficult. Although I don't know how the hard difficulty is. Taking a break from games, kind of. Yeah, I mean, it's summertime, right? Go outside. Enjoy the nice weather. Or try and enjoy the nice weather. But it is early access, so I don't know if they'll add more achievements to it, but the game itself is real fun. plain burnt out. Fair enough. To be fair, you do kind of play a lot of video games when you play video games, so. But it's kind of like run-based Hotline Miami. It's fun. Just been more in the mood for car, less in the mood for pew pew video game kind of thing. Drawing and writing again. Get yourself out of the gutter. Think it's working? Yeah, do something else. Do something completely different. It's generally a pretty good way to go about doing things. So, all of the humans I think that are left on the map are in my trap, and they're all just bursting into flames. Which means I can go back to paying attention to my dwarves a little bit. I mean, me trying to get myself out of the gutter is just me not smoking weed for a bit. Which is fun, because then all my other, like, mental problems come back. It's like I go from being, like, less creative and a little bit flat to being like, great, I'm creative again. But also, whoo, brain, you're getting free run. That's not fun. I don't like that. Don't like letting my brain having free run over everything. All right. But, you know, I do get the benefit of being able to just watch volcanoes. It's a good time. The lava continues to flow. Come up with anything interesting so far, Squad? You know, people tend to be pretty flabbergasted at the size of this fort, just kind of period. Like, it's like, stockpile is, like, not the most impressive thing. It's just kind of this fort in general. So, yeah, this fort tends to have that effect on people. All right, so something else I gotta do. Has this drained yet? Well, it's draining. So you know what? Let's go down to the bottom. Go down to the bottom, which is about here. Abort here. Abort here. I'm gonna pull this lever. This thing finished draining a little bit. You made much progress in the learning of the DF as of late, Fenian? Or have you just kind of had enough for nows? I'm so shocked that this dwarf is, like, not dead. There's some dwarves where I'm just like, man, how are you still alive, dude? Got 3 crutches. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. just do 40 cloth dresses, 40 cloth shirts, 40 tunics, 40 vests, 40 cloaks, 40 trousers, 40 gloves, 40 mittens, 40 caps, hoods, 40 socks, 40 shoes. You learned how to not build a well and drown your dwarves. Generally, people learn how to not build a well before they learn how to build a well. It's a natural learning step as part of learning how to build a well. You learn how to not build a well, and then after you learn how to build a well, or not build a well, then you learn how to build a well. And I've certainly been there. Gotta start somewhere, Air. Speaking of Air, how's your child doing? Exasperated when caught in the rain, and you've been dwelling upon being caught in the rain. Man, you're 72 days old. 22 days old, sorry. 22 days old. And your only thought is you're dwelling on being caught in the rain. You know, honestly, that's a very dwarfy thought. I respect it. Also going to pull this lever, which is going to allow my dwarves to go back up to the surface. It's a very burny apricot. Didn't think apricots would burn that long. And then all the humans left are just up in here. Frame rate's a little low. I'm trying to figure out why. Might be because I've got dwarves pathing to the bottom and back, but it shouldn't be low. Might have something to do with you over here. I need this dwarf booted out of the fort, I think. You use migrant dwarves or breed them like mushrooms? I don't understand the question. What? I mean, I haven't gotten a migrant in this fortress in a very long time. I mean, the only new dwarves that we actually get as permanent residents in this fortress are children that are had in this fort. Are you trying to catch domestic cats into our fort? Because you know that they're not gonna ever touch the traps, right? Like they're immune to your traps, unless they're wild cats, but I don't think those exist. Like if you want to get rid of those cats, you have to slaughter them. But they're never gonna get caught on the cage traps. So you're trying to catch them in cage traps. So if they're like pets, like if they're stray cats, or if they're named cats, like it's not the only way to catch them in a cage trap is if they don't belong to your civ. But all cats in Dwarf Fortress are domestic, meaning that's not possible. Yeah, you can use a cage, and then you can build a cage and then assign the cats to the cage. You can do that. But I wouldn't recommend that unless you split them up by sex so that they don't make a bajillion kittens. Yeah, no, of course they will. You have to keep getting them out. I would recommend locking them somewhere or just simply slaughtering them. Like, find a place for them. I mean, one of the biggest causes of frame rate problems at this point actually is cats in Dwarf Fortress. Cats getting stuck in places. Which is actually really funny because, like, there's an option with doors, right? Forbid passage, right? And then make pet passable or not. They've actually removed the pet passable option from the next version because of how many frame rate problems it causes. So you can no longer make doors pet passable. They're just always pet passable, which is exciting to me. I kind of love that. So now you're gonna lock doors and cats are just gonna fucking walk through them, I assume? That or cats can't pass through doors. One of the two. I don't know which one to do, but. Nightmare? I don't know about that. That's a bit of an exaggeration, I would say. Something that I've also learned about Dwarf Fortress since I started this moving all of the Dwarven thoughts to the announcement screen for this particular fort is I get to see what the king says every single time a human dies, and every single time an enemy human dies, my king shouts, "I've defeated many fearsome opponents," and so does the mayor. I guess like the leader of your fortress says that, which is really funny to me. So like there's just people up in that trap just burning to death. I guess they can hear the screams, and he's going, "I've defeated many fearsome opponents!" Blah! Just very amusing. But that's good for reclaiming forts and embarking over vaults, because by default the doors are all non-pet passable. Yeah, well, that's the state that we're in right now. But I would actually, yeah, no, oh, sorry, never mind, hold on. Sorry, I thought that you were saying that doors not being non-pet passable is bad, or is good. No, okay, so it's good that they won't be that way anymore. Yeah, like when you reclaim an old fort and there's like 40 billion doors and you take a cat in and the frame rate just keeps vanishing and you're like, what the fuck's happening? Because the one cat that Dakost brought in the first migrant wave is like stuck everywhere constantly. It's like fucking, they will find every door and they will get stuck behind it. So I don't know. It's that like problems with cats for me with Dwarf Fortress has actually made me just like straight up not ever embark with cats. Like I just refuse to bring cats with me because I'm always paranoid they're going to wreck my frame rate. Always. I'm just paranoid about it. Also, plan for this is I think we'll do probably another hour, maybe a little bit more of Dwarf Fort. Kind of depends on chat activity and how many good conversations we have. But when we swap games today, we'll be swapping over to Farthest Frontier, and I will be playing some more of that. Because that game is pretty cool, and I want to play some more of it. I was starting to enjoy it mechanically by the end of it. Is there still a reason to avoid embarking with cats? If you want there to be well, the reason to embark with cats, or rather, reason to not embark with cats, if you embark in like a haunted biome or a scary biome that has a lot of vermin in it, you'll get a lot of dead vermin everywhere because the cats will kill them and bring them up. But aside from that, yeah, there will be reason to embark with cats again once doors have been fixed like that. Also, I just want to say a big thank you to anybody who tunes into these streams, and especially to people who've come in from the YouTube channel today. Because I've had more people coming over from the YouTube channel as of late, and it's been kind of keeping this channel afloat. Like, streaming isn't the most profitable industry in the world. And I do my damnedest, and I'm shocked to this day that I'm still able to do this full time as my sole income. So I just want to say thank you to people who swing over from the YouTube channel or just tune into the stream directly, because quite literally, I wouldn't have this job if people didn't watch. So thank you for tuning in and watching. Kiru is running into some of the bugs you were yesterday. The save load was helping with some of them. I'm trying to like brain ramble which ones I was running into. Do you know any specific examples of the bugs that she ran into that were fixed by save load? Cats be gone. Cats are cool in Dwarfort. They are one of the more advanced characters. Helped when there was some confusing behavior with job assignment between laborers and assigned jobs. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Where they would just like do kind of random shit for no reason? Yeah, well, the cat's adopting dwarves, but my favorite facts about dwarves in Dwarf Fortress. Fact number 1. Cats want to be near dwarves they like. So if you watch a particular cat because cats are one of the only. So, like, okay, dwarves have this, right? This is their relations screen. Intelligent creatures have a relations screen. Cats in Dwarf Fortress have a hidden relations screen. So in Dwarf Fortress, cats have this screen, but you don't see it because it's hidden. Cats will make friends with dwarves, and it uses similar code to how dwarven relationships work, where they can have friends, kindred spirits, and then become lovers and get married. It uses the same code for a cat adopting a dwarf, where they will find a dwarf they like, follow them around, and then adopt them. It's literally like repurposed dwarf relationship code, but for cats. And I kind of fucking love it. Oh, God, that was a big explosion of gore. Good Lord. I don't know if you guys saw that, but, like, the big red splatters that are happening in this lava are bodies exploding and blood bubbling. Ugh, this game's disgusting, and I love it. Meanwhile, we're over here making clothes. By Justice. Used by Justice. That's the one that got unassigned somehow. Wait, what? Oh. Diamond? Where the fuck are you? And why aren't you doing your job? Diamond, I really need you to go and fill out some paperwork, my guy. I was like, we're making clothes. No, we're not, actually. The dwarves are too busy doing completely unrelated things. It's actually real nice. They all got caught in the top side, so I don't actually need to really do anything. I don't need to wait for it to fill up entirely. I can actually like stop this thing early, which is kind of lovely. They're not interested in your wishes. Yeah, also they all have legendary. All cats have legendary climbing skill by default, which is a really difficult skill to get, but they're born with legendary climbing skill. But yeah, I do enjoy cats in Dwarf Fortress. I just kind of go out of my way to not have them around my fort because they are kind of a liability for a lot of reasons. So I'm looking forward to the doors change because it'll make it possible to have cats in your fortress again. That's going to be kind of nice. feel like there should be a 1 in 500 chance that they suck at climbing. Yeah, no, there's like the 1 in 500 derpy cat that's just like real bad. Like my neighbor's old cat that was cross-eyed and would like bump into walls and stuff and fall off of the sofa. Derpy cats are pretty great. Let's just wait until those caged prisoners back there get lava-fied. This one and this one. Hope the diamond wakes up soonish. And pop. Nope. Come on. Lava, you gotta blow one tile to the left. I just need those 2 cages to be covered in lava, and then I can start the draining process. That's 1. And almost 2. Almost there. And 2. Perfect. Now we can start the draining. So you right here, lava drain, lava whoosh. And then lava fill floodgate. We gotta pull that lever. You've seen action interrupted by Goose in real life? You know what's funny is I don't know what people do to geese because I've never had a negative interaction with a goose in my life outside of memes. One thing that will never cease to amuse me is the Dwarf's interaction of getting interrupted by a goose. Yeah, one of the things that will never cease to amuse me is the snail stands up and the snake stands up. Which I've seen in both snail and snake combat logs. Specifically giant snake or like giant slug. The slug stands up. It's like, okay, first off, how do you knock over a slug? Second, how does the slug stand up? It's like, where did those legs come from? Like, I'm just like imagining like it's SpongeBob memes mostly, but it's just like, I have a question about this snail's anatomy. But please, I would like to speak up to a professional. True, yeah. I mean, I mostly see them when they're traveling because they fly through here. They don't really stay here very long. So all the geese that are here are traveling, and like they'll like take over entire parks, right? And there will be thousands of them, and you can just like walk through the crowd of geese, and as long as there isn't like a young goose there that you go and like chase or something, as long as you don't do anything aggressive towards them, they're super chill. Beak dog? No, these is humans, so no, this is long pork. Unfortunately. But hi Darren, what's up, dude? How's things? Yeah, I generally wouldn't go close to any bird that is nesting. I mean, we have a crow's nest pretty close to my my porch here, and there was a baby crow, 2 of them actually, that jumped out of it relatively recently. Why is my merchant fighting with an emu? Guess he lost. The merchant grabs the emu by the upper body with her Wait, hold on a second. How the fuck do you grab an emu with a pick? I guess like hooked it? Hold it in kind of thing? But anyway, the crow that was nesting had this baby crow that, like, it can kind of fly now, so it's not so much of an issue now. But for a few days there, it was okay. Cool, my clothing industry is running now. For a few days there, it was just non-stop mom and dad crow screaming at this small baby crow that like could barely fly. And my neighbors have 2 very murderous Siberian cats, and my other neighbor has a very, very fat, very, very stupid, dopey dipshit of an idiot moron cat named Melvin. And literally I would hear caw, 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 like at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'd peek outside on my porch and I'd see all 3 cats
Just sitting there and staring up this tree.
There's a baby crow in this tree. That was in the tree because one of my other neighbors, who owns 2 of the cats, picked up this baby crow and put it in the tree. And it just, like, these 3 cats just sitting around the base of this tree, just like staring at it. And then every now and again, one of the crows would swoop down and bonk into one of the cats. The cats would split, and then they'd come back and they'd sit there. But baby crow can fly now, and it's pretty safe. So when we go outside now, this baby crow like follows my neighbor, which is kind of cute because crows are super fucking smart. The university nearby has a website that they use to track where the goose nests are so that folks can avoid them. Oh, really? Yeah, they don't generally nest up here. Some cats do when they purr. It's actually pretty common, Obsidian. Block off an entire... whenever I hear people about blocking entire doors or geese nests blocking entire doors and stuff, I just think about that article that happened at the very beginning of the pandemic, that brewery that had to shut down operations because they went into lockdown for 3 weeks and weren't in their brewery for 3 weeks. And in that 3-week period of time, a pair of storks made a nest on their main vent chimney, so they couldn't start up brewing. This was like in Germany. They couldn't start up brewing again because this chimney was blocked, and storks are endangered and you're not allowed to damage or move their nests. So they had to relocate all of their brewing stills for an entire batch during a pandemic in a temporary warehouse that they rented because they couldn't operate in their normal brewery because of these storks, which is kind of amazing. Yeah, no, I also love crows, and I agree they are super annoying when they're nesting, but fortunately they've shut up. They're just really loud when they're nesting. Birds can be crazy. You have a family of rural owls outside at night, and they are 4 feet tall. Oh my god. The parents will swoop down and punch and scratch you if you get too close. Yeah, I believe it. Over a year ago now, I was walking pretty late at night. It was in the winter because there was snow on the ground. And I'm pretty sure this was pandemic times, so I think I was actually out after curfew because we had a curfew here for a bit, right? It wasn't too crazy or anything, but like 11:30 at night, so I think it was like 2 o'clock in the morning or something. And I was walking in one of the forest trails in one of the local parks, and I had earbuds in, so I couldn't hear anything. And then I feel a woof above my head, like wind. And I turned around and I pulled my earbuds out, and there's a great horned owl on a rabbit that was alive moments earlier, just looking at me. Maybe a meter away from me? Like, it was right fucking there, just on this rabbit. And this was maybe the scariest moment of my life, Because I don't know if you've ever seen a great horned owl walk, but they look like they have little feet and are all body, right? That's not true. They're like 80% leg. This thing just took a step and stepped towards me in front of this rabbit, and I just started backing up like it was a fucking bear, and then turned around and walked away, and it flew away. And I was like, that is terrifying. And that's why they say stork instead of the F word. Stork! No, stork yourself. To be fair, storks do sound like a curse word. Like, one of my favorite ways to freak people out, Moning, is just go to YouTube and type in owl walking. Because owls have way bigger legs. Like, they're... And the way they walk is strange. Owls are cool as hell, though. They're some of my favorite creatures. Silent hunters of the night. And the fact that they can spin their heads around like almost 360, like they're... Owls make me understand why people believe that cryptids are a thing. You know, like when you hear about cryptids like the Mothman, it's like, oh yeah, no, that was definitely just a fucking owl. Like somebody just saw a weird looking owl and I like thought it was a human because the way they walk, all you need is to be a little bit intoxicated and see them at a distance on a foggy night, and yep, you'd think that was some weird monster in the night, but it's probably just a great horned owl. They are, in fact, they are very majestic. Yeah, owls are beautiful creatures. Terrifying, but beautiful. You had a protected, not quite endangered Mississippi kites that nested around the jogging trail and dive-bombed runners when you were in the military. There was a crow that, this is sad actually, but there was a crow that had a nest that got destroyed last year. Fair enough, Darren. There was a crow that had a nest that got destroyed last year. Close to my parents' house. Hearing a lot of sirens. Hopefully nobody's dead. And its nest got destroyed by construction, right? And this crow would sit on top of telephone poles, and if you were a Caucasian male with glasses, it would dive bomb and attack you. And I go over to my parents' house in the winter once a week to do some work for them, because I work very part-time for them. They own a business. And I was walking up to their house, and I was maybe, I don't know, 15 meters away from their driveway, and bang, I get hit in the back of the head by a crow. And it didn't scratch me or anything, but it collided with me. And I turned around and I booked it and made it to their house. It was fine. And it sat there and yelled at me. Went inside and Mom said, oh yeah, no, that crow's crazy because the construction for the house across the street just must have destroyed their nest, was my mom's assumption. And she's like, he attacks your dad too. Just take off your glasses and he'll leave you alone. So sure enough, for the next couple of weeks, every time I would walk down that road, take my glasses off and the crow would stop yelling at me. Specifically was Caucasian males with glasses. This crow would just fucking bomb you. If you maintain eye contact? I mean, I didn't need to maintain eye contact. I just needed to take my glasses off. Didn't look at it. Just take your glasses off and it didn't attack you. Yeah, literally, like that crow carried a grudge for a good couple of weeks. It was like a good month and a half that I had to be very careful walking down that street because I would just get like murked by a fucking crow. God damn it. All right, this dwarf needs to just get expelled, I think. You're not married. You're not benefiting the fortress at all. Get out. You just knocked over my clothes shop. You twit. They'll veer off? Really? Yeah, no, my favorite crows were the ones that... So I this is no big secret. I talk about this all the time. I worked for McDonald's for a very long time. I worked for that stupid fucking company for 8.5 years. I worked the night shift and I cleaned. That was my job, was cleaning McDonald's. And mad at Clark Kent, not Superman. Oh, absolutely. Listless Onion. Also, it's good to see you, Listless. I hope you've been good. But this... Oh, come on. Don't you top of my cage. You asshole. Just like fixing all the crap this dwarf's breaking on the way out. These crows would hang out just outside of the back door, and at 5 o'clock in the morning when I would walk outside to start cleaning the outside parking lot, there'd be like 50 of them. Like a small murder of crows would wait outside for me. I'd walk outside, and whenever I'd find food in the parking lot, I'd open up like the Big Mac box or the whatever box, and I'd dump it. And I'd take the garbage, I'd use my broom usually on my foot, and I'd open the Big Mac box, dump the food out, brush it aside, and then sweep the garbage into the bag. And the crows would take it and fly away, and then they'd come back. Like literally, they wouldn't go destroying the entire parking lot until I walked outside, and they would like take the food that I'd unpack and give to them, and they'd fly away. What's shaking? My sleep cycle? I don't know. What was an outrage? My deadline was met. I am jovial. How jovial I feel, says the king. I said something was an outrage. I toppled something. I feel regret, says Ashlan. Well, I mean, don't do it then. Oh, I see. There you go. This dwarf feels that them being expelled was an outrage, and then they toppled the clothes shop and said, I toppled something over. I feel regret. Maybe I feel kind of bad for you, Esthen, but enjoy the wilds. Need to fix it for the next week. I've just had some serious insomnia the past few days because I'm trying to detox my brain a little bit and not smoke weed for a week or two. I use it as a sleep aid and a suppressant for my night terrors. And the problem is it suppresses REM sleep, which is why it suppresses night terrors. Issue is it starts to affect your memory after a while and your decision making and a lot of other things. So it's like, weed's not the worst thing for you, but it's also not great if you have it for long periods of time without breaks. So I'm currently in I need a break from weed for a bit period. So waiting for a little bit before I start smoking again. So because of that, my sleep cycle is just like, I can't fall asleep when I stare at the ceiling until like 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's great. So it's either tonight or tomorrow sometime, a bottle of melatonin is going to arrive in a box from Amazon. And then I'm going to have night terrors. But I will fucking sleep, so I guess that's good. Sometimes you got to take life with the bad. Where are you getting fruit from that's all the way down here? Or are you leaving a previous job to go get fruit? I guess you're leaving a previous job to go get fruit. You just sometimes have insomnia, or just sometimes have a fucked sleep schedule? Only intoxication uses alcohol? I mean, countries with different legal statuses than Canada, I know make it a little bit more difficult. I don't know where you live, but I mean, I haven't even had alcohol the past few days. Like I haven't had alcohol since Friday, and I haven't had weed since Thursday. Oh, it's been almost a week. Which, you know, gotta do it every now and again. Took some Jaeger tonight and you're feeling the buzz. We were talking earlier today, and I think that the general consensus is that most of this chat doesn't really like Jaeger. I think that's the general consensus. This dwarf feels satisfied upon improving comedy. Good for you, Kavish. Also, I love the fact that Kavish is married to Kavish. We've got Kavish married to Kavish. Was delighted after eating a legendary meal, though. Wow, that's a rare thing to get. What do you prefer to... Giant pond turtle. Jaeger. Jägermeister. I do like Jaegers, though. Good movie. The first one, anyway. Shame they never made a sequel. I mean, it just means more for you. You know, it was kind of... So, a few weekends ago, actually, me and my mom, my dad, and my older sister were in a pub up the street from here. Because my older sister was in town, and she's never in town. And my dad has discovered recently that he likes Jägermeister. And he asked me, he goes, "What's a Jaeger bomb?" I love black licorice. I just don't like Jaeger. To me, Jaeger doesn't taste like licorice. It just tastes bad. It just tastes like death. I don't know. What should Captain punches the... Why is everybody suddenly fighting with my emus? What the fuck's happening? Stone, why? What? Anyway, my dad just decided he likes Jägermeister, right? He asked me, he goes, "Do you think I'd like a Jaeger bomb?" And I just looked at him like, "Dad, you can barely handle a cup of coffee without getting the jitters." Always have a bottle in your freezer? Yeah, that's like me and bourbon. Although I don't put it in the freezer. I like bourbon, I like vodka. Like lots of different hard liquors and spirits, but... Although, honestly, I think I blame my dislike of Jaeger on crappy decisions I made when I was younger. One wants to practice a martial art. Let's get both of these squads training. That's what I blame my dislike of Jaeger on. It tastes like poor decisions I've made in the past, right? It's like the one kind of beer I really don't like are like plain red ales or flambeau ales, because to me they just taste like stomach acid. The fuck? Oh, you killed a buzzard. Okay, well that makes sense. This dwarf just pounced on and killed a buzzard. Good for you. Feels vengeful. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people stay away from tequila for that reason. I really like tequila. I think tequila is fantastic. Thanks to my moderator, Stoned Hobo, for pointing me towards good tequila. Although, I will say, I feel that way about cheap tequila. Cheap tequila, I would rather drink nail polish. Oh, shit! Mist Runner's 13. Look at that. What do you like doing, Mist Runner? It means they're old enough to be employed. Nauseated by the sun, that makes sense. Wants to help people. Okay. Likes platinum, rose quartz, alpaca, wool, the color pale blue, boxes and bags and scepters and guinea fowls for their social nature. Excuse me. Give me those. Book binding as well, why not? Give you animal care. Butchery, that. Let's also give you brewing. Masonry. Oh, all of the healthcare jobs because you want to help people. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment of the harm of those around him. Is a private person to the point of paranoia, unwilling to unveil even basic information about himself, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, though he wishes to be aware that that not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. He can he can be very single-minded towards things, and like something special now and again, and is a very friendly individual. He is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and is quick to anger. And is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and has a sense of duty, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. As a Canadian, America doesn't make chocolate. They make brown candy shit that looks vaguely like chocolate and has a similar-ish scent. For me, like, American chocolate, and by extension, like most chocolate from North America, outside of, like, boutique chocolate makers, it's kind of like, you know how McDonald's can't call their sandwiches burgers because there isn't enough burger in the burger? So instead of calling them burgers, they call them sandwiches. It's the same reason for a while, Subway had to change their recipes in certain countries because there wasn't enough bread in their bread, so they had to stop calling their bread sandwiches and had to start calling them wraps for a very brief period of time until they changed their recipe slightly. And now they can call them bread again. But yeah, like McDonald's calls it like it's a sandwich. It's not a burger because there isn't enough burger in the burger patty. That's kind of how I feel about, like, Hershey's chocolate, as an example. It's like, is it chocolate? No, it's chocolate-esque candy. It's a chocolate-flavored candy substance. It's just like Cheese Whiz is orange-colored, edible plastic. Yeah, chocolate, in air quotes, yeah. Or, like, cocoa latte or whatever. Like, misspelled chocolate. Chocolate with an extra C. It's like wings and wings with a Z. It's just like that person that, like, went to court over boneless chicken wings not being chicken wings because they're nuggets, not chicken wings. It's like, just because they're not in the shape of a nugget doesn't mean they're not a nugget. They're not a chicken wing. If it's boneless, it's a nugget, not a chicken wing. That kind of shit. Yeah, I mean, like, outside of boutique chocolate makers, though, like, Hershey's doesn't make good chocolate, period. Like, crappy European chocolate is better than anything that comes from America. But it's the only thing you've ever blacked out with. I've blacked out with a lot of things. Nothing really happened, but you don't try your luck repeating that. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess I've just had, like, I have zero self-control, and yeah, a long period of time had a mild alcohol problem in my life. So I've blacked out on beer. I've blacked out on, like, whiskey, wine, vodka, tequila, Jaeger. Fine, if it exists, I've probably blacked out on it at some point. As a Canadian, I agree, Nudisnan, because we get lumped in with America all the time. But when I say America, I'm referring to the United States of America, not South America or Canada. Do you have laws against that shit over here? Sausages can't be called sausages unless they... Yeah, I mean, it's the same with Canada. It's the same with Canada. Like, I can't... Like, I can eat from a couple different fast food places in Canada and feel pretty okay about it. But I can't eat at those same chains in the States. As an example, I can go to Wendy's and it's fine. Like, I eat Wendy's maybe once a year, if that. And it's fine. I can't eat Wendy's in the States. And it's the same, well, I mean, I will never eat McDonald's again because I've taken a vow, but back when I did eat McDonald's, it's like, I could eat McDonald's in Canada mostly, but I can't eat any McDonald's from the States. It tastes noticeably different. Maybe less sugary though. Oh, there's definitely crappy chocolate in Europe, but the high end of good chocolate in Europe is way higher than Canada. I'll be honest with you, I've never been in a Taco Bell in my entire life. So I can't in good faith talk shit about Taco Bell because I've literally never had it in my entire life. And I get one of two responses when I say that is people that get weirdly offended with me and demand that I go eat Taco Bell right now. And then there's people who go, good for you. And I'm generally the second. The USFDA used to dictate that kind of... Used to be useful and dictate that kind of thing? Wait, what? What do you mean? Dictate, like, whether or not food is trash? What's up, 88 millimeter kitten? Oddly specifically sized kitten. Or kitten, I guess. You're a taco truck family? Oh, really? Yeah, we got good taco trucks around here. Although, oddly enough, some of the best local street food we have here is like Asian fusion with random shit. Like the Japadog people. They just put sushi shit on a hot dog, and you know what? It's pretty good. I really blind IRL. Are you really going to ask me that question? You really going to do that? Look at my streams tags. I'm not going to go anywhere, Verona. In a better mood than that today. One of our fast food restaurants even have a guarantee stamp on a hamburger is used at least 50 or 60% actual meat. Only 60%? Wow, your laws are weaker than ours then. In order to call it a hamburger, you have to be 80% plus here. Well, I mean, you could answer... Like, here's the thing. I'm saying by looking at the stream tags, I have the visually impaired tag turned on. So that should answer your question. It's sort of like, you know, someone who's a paraplegic tuning into their stream and being like, are you really a paraplegic? It's like, well, I'm not going to not be able to stand up and show you. I mean, I can verbally tell you, yes, I'm legally blind, but the tags exist for a reason and are supposed to make my life easier, but like nobody looks at them. So I just simply say, please look at the tags. No, I said, look at the tags. Because I have the visually impaired... Anyway, whatever. Nobody reads. It's fine. It's right next to my username, so it should be easy to see. There. Poor dwarf. I'm shocked that this dwarf ain't dead. I'm deaf in real life, but they ask how, and I'm like, how? It's like, well, that's a stupid question. Ask a stupid question, get a stupid answer. It's like, I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those things. Do you, out of curiosity, Nudist Nut, though, do you lip read? Or can you only watch streams that have closed captions turned on? You overestimate the willingness and capability of internet people to read things that would obviously answer their questions. Well, I mean, not to be a doofus, but like if you came in from like an external link, that's one thing. But if you came in from the Dwarf Fortress directory, literally blind IRL, right there, visually impaired, right? Visually impaired. That's what that means. Visually impaired means I have a visual disability. So, like, if you came in through Twitch, you don't really have an excuse. You know what is cool, though? A fucking hot lava. Look at that shit. Yeah. It looks so small, but then you see like the tiny ass cars, and you're like, holy fuck. Speaking of holy fuck, Letharticus, the Spearmaster, has bestowed the name Mozib Dekal Esenib Kekath. You lip read and have good headphones? Gotcha. Neat. I had a friend growing up in Scouts who was completely deaf, but he had, what's it called? Hearing aids that negated the issue. So we were always just really jealous with him because we'd occasionally go on like longer camping trips and whatnot, and you'd have like kids just being loud as shit while you're trying to sleep at these like scout camps, right? And he'd just like fucking turn his ears off and pass out, and we were always just so jealous because he's just like, oh yeah, no, I just turned my hearing aids off and just go to bed. It's like, fuck you, man. Like, I wish I could do that. That's like an unfair advantage. It's not that it's exhausting to explain it. It's like, at the end of the day, with an invisible disability, like all you can do is take my word for it. And if people are questioning by default with my username, it's like all I can really do is direct you to the tags and just be like, all right, you're taking my word for it. Like you could just choose not to believe me. Like I've had like I used to have a lot more tolerance for it, but there was one day when I was streaming Stone Shard, actually, when Stone Shard came out. God, that game was terrible. This person tuned into my stream as I hit the main menu of the game and was just like, man, you're such a liar, was the first thing they said in my chat. And I was like, pardon me? And they were just like, you can turn y'all off. I mean, lots of people can turn people off. I just need to take my shirt off and everybody's turned off. It's very easy. But it's just like, man, you're such a liar. And I was like, what do you want about? What are you smoking? And this person's just like, using a fake disability to get internet clout is not a good thing to do. And I was like, my guy, what? Anyway, I literally like explained. It's like, yeah, I have coloboma of the retina and the retina and the iris in both eyes, and it affects my right eye extremely heavily. And I'm very lucky, and it's only mild in my left, so I have severe tunnel vision in my left, and I have no vision in my right eye. Legally blind. I'm literally on my disability benefits for it. My eyesight degrades every year. I have floating blind spots and constant vertigo from the various deformations I have in my head that fuck up my ear canals. I have problems with balance, and I have a large amount of difficulty seeing small moving objects in video games. And games like Dwarf Fortress are significantly easier for me to parse than, let's just say, I don't know, a first-person shooter. So it's like it seriously limits what I can play, but the games I can play quite well. Which is why I like knowledge-based games instead of like hand-eye coordination-based games. So like fighting games are completely unfucking playable for me, and RTS games are very difficult for me. A lot of, especially competitive first-person shooters, are unplayable for me. Single-player ones are fine. I can do those. I'm bad at them, but I can do them. And I often miss very super easy to see UI elements in games. So I have a lot of very specific critiques for UI in games. But like ever since like I've had a handful of people get like downright mean with me over my eyes, it's just like default, that was their first response, was to be overly defensive and fucking white knighty in my face over it. It's like I just turned on the tag and just kind of have zero tolerance for it at this point now. It's just like, people ask, I'll point you at the tags, and it's up to you. You want to ask politely and care to elaborate, I will elaborate, but this instance was fine. I mean, just asking if I'm actually blind was totally okay. I will just simply point you towards the tags and allow you to figure it out yourself. That was a ramble fest. I'm sorry. Because sound is a huge advantage in knowing where people are. Oh, absolutely. I was actually really good at Counter-Strike when my eyes were better when I was younger, before my blind spots got super bad. And the reason I was really good at Counter-Strike was I have creepy good hearing. To quote my sister-in-law, don't ever fart around Greg because he'll know who did it. Like I have creepy good hearing. Like I borderline have a superpower when it comes to my hearing. Like I can tell you where in the apartment my neighbor's cat is above me, and the soundproofing in this building is really good. I can tell you how many people are in an apartment 3 doors up in my apartment building. And like my mom swears she can't hear anybody. I'm like, yeah, there's 4 people in that apartment. Almost half Daredevil. No, I mean, Daredevil's like a wild exaggeration of my hearing, but yeah, it's like a mini version of that. I will say the worst thing ever is if you have really enthusiastic lovers living close to you. That's the worst. That is the worst. Truly the worst. That's why I always own a pair of sound canceling headphones. Just like thunk. Listen to some loud music and just be my own world for a bit, because god damn that shit gets annoying. Two picks. Armor stands. I will say Daredevil was my favorite superhero when I was little. Was that 2 or 1? 1. Oh, it's more of a curse than a blessing. Like, I own these. They're noise-canceling Sennheiser headphones. They're not super expensive. They're like $80. I wear these with nothing playing on them when I'm outside, as like earplugs. Or earplugs. Just everywhere. And like, if I'm at a concert, I have earplugs in. Bed jumping 2 or 3 in the middle of the night when you're trying to sleep. I've been woken up by my neighbors banging before. But like, I sleep with earplugs in. And what's it called? I sleep with earplugs in, and I set my phone to vibrate, and the vibrating on the like bedside table nearby me is like, buzz. It's like, okay, I'm awake. You're supposed to wear earplugs? Many people don't. Frequency deafness. Frequency Violence is a electronic band I like. High frequency hearing loss is the ability to hear high frequencies, common on the early side of hearing loss. Common is an early side of hearing loss, and people diagnosed with high frequency hearing loss are unable to hear. Oh, losing the ability to hear high frequencies. Yeah, no, yeah. So I had a job for a summer working with my dad in the factory that he works in. My dad works as an automation specialist in a plastics and injection molding company. He manages all of their automation. So all of their robotics and automation, that's my dad's job. So they hire kids of the people who work there to work the summers and basically do the assembly line work. I couldn't work there. I'll just put it bluntly. First off, they very quickly realized that I was a danger to myself there because I can't see very well. So they put me in a small room at the other end of the factory. And thank Christ they did. Because I had to wear earplugs at all times in there because I had supersonic welders. Supersonic welders mold plastic together using high-frequency sounds. And to me, it's like, you know the sound that like a dentist drill makes? Pitch shift that up like 150%. It's like, it's like the worst fucking sound ever. I could hear them outside of the building across the street. And being in there was painful. The pay was good, but being in there was painful. And literally I would be like, how, like I asked one of my managers or the shift manager once, I was like, how do you stand near those things? I don't hear them. Like no one in the building could hear them. Everybody was like, yeah, they're fine. You can't hear them. They're too happy. I'm like, dude, it's like a fucking dog whistle. It's like all I can hear is this high pitched weep. It's the worst fucking sound I've ever heard in my life. See, pretty much was like that. That's what it came down to. It was like, nah, just not all of you have early hearing damage. Congrats, guys. All right. This area is finished draining, meaning I can go up here and melt all this shit. Doop. And we can go up, 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 up. Pull that lever, pull that lever. But yeah, no, like that was brutal. It was the worst. You worked on the flight line and aircraft for years, refueling planes, and even with hearing protecting, that sucks over time. Oh, I believe it, yeah. You got to do what you can do, but there's some jobs where like it is almost impossible to avoid hearing loss to a degree. Also, congrats on getting gifted a sub, by the way, Chubbs. And it sucks that you like didn't sleep at all. I will say when it comes to yeah, no, we had a bunch of raves here a couple weeks ago, and there was a good few days there where I could feel boom, 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 boom off in the distance. Although I will say when it comes to having local raves around, maybe I'm just weird. Actually, I know I'm weird. One of my favorite hobbies to do is when I don't have anything to do is just go just outside, maybe like half a block up the street, across the street, and sit on a bench and just watch drunk-ass morons come out of those raves. Because it's just like, have you ever seen somebody like walk out of a rave, trip over a garbage can, fall down 2 flights of stairs, stand up, and then walk into a telephone pole? It's like a sociopathic Schadenfreude. It's like way more entertaining than it should be for me. Sunchip bags are louder than the safe hearing threshold? Like opening up a bag of chips? Huh. I mean, almost all cars are above the safe hearing threshold. Almost all. Even electric cars at speed. Which is actually... Shoutouts to the YouTube... Shoutouts to the YouTuber Not Just Bikes for selling me this book. Confessions of a Recovering Engineer. It's a pretty interesting read. Talks about noise pollution in cities a lot. It's also a pretty cheap book. It's like a $20 hardcover. Above 80 decimals is so stalking them long-term affects hearing. Interesting. Like the crackling that they make? Huh. I guess that's whenever I do buy chips, they come in these rolling paper bags. Like they're much more expensive, but like they're made by a local company, and like it's just a brown paper bag that you fold. That has like a little seal on it. I buy those. That's interesting, though. I feel like I would highly doubt that stalking sunships would be much worse than, like, let's just say working as a flagger in traffic, because cars at speed can go up to 80 decimals. Large numbers of cars at speed can definitely go above 80 decimals, but it would certainly, like, make you lose some of your hearing. I don't know if it would make you go entirely deaf, but... Degradable loud bag? Yeah, I'm familiar with Sunchips bags. I haven't had them in years, but... Of some sound cannon police using in the USA, directed terrible ultrasonic waves that makes your head hurt and damages your ears? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I'm very well aware of those riot stoppers. Fucking inhumane devices, but... What can you really do? I mean, aside from vote for better, less police brutality. You know, wave depletion. When you wrote that down, I read it as lard, not L-raid. or LRAD or whatever. And to me, that you just reminded me of the supergroup Lard, and now I want to go listen to some Lard. Lard is a Ministry side project. Seattle police have one? Really? Fuck. Arguably better than shooting people? Not gonna disagree with that. Kivish has given birth to a girl. Would anybody like to be a brand new baby girl in the fortress? This is the most children we've had in Longdeath in a couple of years, so this is a wondrous occasion, shall we say. Would anybody like to be this brand new baby girl in this fortress? Lard makes the best pie. Salted butter does? I mean, you argue away. Salted butter, lard, And I mean, Bastet's had tons, Aqua's had tons. Is there anyone new who would like one? Someone who's never had one before. Otherwise, Aqua gets it, because Aqua did the raise hand first. You volunteer, Havoc? Have you had one before? I can't remember. Iron stat 1. Havoc. Yeah, we'll give it to Havoc. Havoc has not had one before. So Havoc, hopefully we'll wreak some havoc. You are the daughter of Kivish and Kivish. And she is the daughter of Kivish, and she is pet mines and crafted lash. Pet mines. I guess they like to pet mines. Depending on the kind of mine, that could be very different things. She is a worshiper of Shistek and a worshiper of Shinrus and Amber the Red Rocks, and she was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her very long hair is neatly combed, and her somewhat narrow, free-lobed ears are neatly combed. Or are neatly combed. Read the same sentence twice. Her somewhat narrow, free-lobed ears are flattened. There we go. Same thing as neatly combed. Okay. Her cobalt eyes are slightly close set, and her nose bridge is somewhat concave. And her eyelashes are short, and her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. She likes phthalate, zinc, aquamarine, siamang leather. I don't even know what that is. Yaks for their shaggy hair, and 2-grain wheat for their beer. And when possible, prefers to consume spotted ratfish, rainbow trout, and purple amaranth beer, and absolutely hates moon snails. Personally believes that freedom and independence is completely non-negotiable, and would fight to defend them. Very 2020 of you. And finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting. Anti-capitalist. I'm in. Finds romance distasteful and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. Dreams of raising a family. Isn't given to flights of fancy and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She often feels discouraged, and she is curious and eager to learn. Trusting and enjoys the company of others, is brave in the face of imminent danger, and does not often feel lustful. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and her voice trails off when she is thinking. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. This baby's modern. This baby's kind of, dare I say, a bit woke? I like it. Based baby. Base takes from this baby. So, speaking of annoying sounds, there is a dude who lives in my building. He's decided to learn K-pop. He's on the top floor at the other end of my building. I can hear him perfectly over my headphones right now. He's loud enough that I think he might pick up on this microphone sometimes. So if you hear, off in the distance, that's what that is. Also, the other night, me and my neighbor were outside. This was Friday night. So I had a beer, and I was hanging out with my neighbor, and we were chatting. And he hit this really long note, and at the very end trailed off and went flat. Because he's not very good. But he did this long da note. And he finished, and me and my neighbor just started clapping. And two people stuck their heads out of the window next to him like, what the fuck was that? It's very, very funny. I'd film him, but I don't want to dox the building that I'm living in. So it's very funny. Very funny. To me. Some laws are meant to be broken. I thought this was the response to the... This is the first K-pop. I mean, some barriers are meant to be broken, and this guy's gonna make my eardrums explode sooner rather than later, so... It's just too funny. Burning and looting are not on the list of laws to be broken. It depends on what you're burning and looting, I would say. Burning firewood and looting cookies from the cookie jar? Perfectly legal. Do that all the time when camping. Assuming the fire is currently legal. He's gonna break a window. Fortunately, I don't think he's high-pitched enough for that. We're not reading... he hasn't reached ultrasonic levels yet. Although, that would be very amusing. But yeah, no, I don't know how long he's been in this. Doing those things isn't illegal. What, looting and burning? You can't stop giggling. It's pretty fucking funny. Unless you're in a dry forest. Yeah. You know. Although I'll have enclosed fires in a dry forest, which is completely legal, even during fire bans. You're allowed, as long as it's in an enclosed fire pit, you're safe. Which means my coffee tin, perfectly safe, legitimate, legal way for me to have fires. Can you break glass with a high-pitched sound? Yep. There's plenty of YouTube videos of it. There was actually the Abbotsford Air Show here a number of years ago had a supersonic jet that flew too low and broke a half dozen windows on the side of a recently built apartment building, and they got in a lot of trouble. Abbotsford Air Show is a local air show that happens here. This dwarf impresses me so much, Jimmy Tibby, this dwarf, because this dwarf was as depressed and as stressed as a dwarf can possibly be. Totally fine now. It was like 40 years of just like the worst agony and stress for this dwarf. But you're almost crying. What, the neighbor just like singing very loudly? I mean, in his defense, I do have my sliding glass door open because it's very nice outside right now. It's nice and cool. So he's not singing that loudly. And I guarantee you his sliding glass door is open to his patio. And, yeah. I wish that this dwarf could teach me how to cure my depression. Notice none, but, you know. So, in his defense, like, you know, he's just, like, basically on the other side of the building, but outside. But it's still very funny when you're just, like, outside late at night and it's all quiet, and then somebody... It's like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Of how to make a vocal recording booth in an apartment? I mean... basically what this is. I just need to go up, down that wall, and then maybe onto that wall. Good. Could mostly do that. Although I've destroyed the walls enough in here with all of the adhesives and thumbtacks I used to hold these fucking things up. I think if I stuck more things on it, my landlord might not be too thrilled with me. There isn't a good way to keep neighbors from hearing metal screaming. Yeah, So I probably haven't told you about this, but some of you guys might know the YouTuber / Twitch streamer Tequila, who does Dwarf Fortress stuff. He was asking me for audio advice. He's like, how do I remove this echo from my microphone? And I was like, build a pillow fort. He's just like, what? I was like, no, seriously, like, build a pillow fort. Like, put a blanket, put like couch pillows on either side of your microphone and throw a blanket over your head and then do your recording. It's the cheap way of like having an audio, like, you know, recording booth. Like literally just drape, put 2 pillows, put a sock on your microphone and drape blanket over top of the whole thing. Done. Make your audio sound 1,000 times better. If you're an amateur like YouTuber and you're on a budget and you don't have like fancy sound foam and you don't feel like spending money on fancy sound foam, just like fucking build a pillow fort. Record in that. Will sound great. Audio recording advice from yours truly. I like this comment that I received 22 minutes ago on my most recent video. I've always heard about this game for decades now, and I've always heard about this game for decades now, and it seems, but it's taken until now to finally catch my attention. Been looking to start a first game, but the UI looks a bit overwhelming, and I'm not sure how to start it because it seems way different than any typical RTS / survival or RPG game that I've ever seen, and I might just wait until the Steam release and just attempt to learn how to play in the meantime, or I might just wing it with the OG system. That's somebody who gets it. Just start fucking playing. Truly. I got the funky looking foam walls. Here, I'll ruin the magic for a second. Gotta run, but good luck. Hope your dwarf grows to be something useful. I mean, we have a couple streams before they grow up, but they'll get there. Assuming they don't get thrown off the wall like Peter's dwarf did. And the Lord said, "Let there be light." Yeah, Dwarf Fort ain't that bad. Just open the damn thing up and start playing the video game. What's my dinner plans? I have pasta. And I either will have pesto sauce or Alfredo sauce. It's all pre-prepped because I meal prep three days worth of food for when I stream, so that I have sandwich pre-made, lunch or breakfast pre-made, lunch pre-made, and dinner pre-made. Although today I didn't eat my pre-made breakfast because my pre-made breakfast is just pre-packaged oatmeal, but which I package myself. I take like nuts and fruits and things and put them in a little bowl and put it in the fridge and make. Sometimes I'll make overnight oats, but recently I haven't been doing that just because I haven't wanted cold things. So I've just been making oatmeal in the mornings, but I didn't have time to make oatmeal today because I woke up and then immediately spent an hour recording and editing a video. which went out this morning, which is just some of you watched on the YouTube channel. And that particular video took an hour, so I didn't have time to make my breakfast. So this morning for breakfast, I had 2 slices of toast with sauerkraut on it because I have a shit ton of sauerkraut because I just finished my first big batch, which was made with 3 organic cabbages that I grew myself. Sound technology reached its peak and can't be improved any further. I mean, a good micro from the 70s works great today. I know a streamer who up until like maybe a year or 2 ago had been streaming since the days of Justin TV. So he's been streaming since like 2009, right? And he even has a global emote, this. Another Canadian dude. He... Up until just a few years ago, when he got a Blue microphone sponsorship and was sent a free Blue microphone, he used a old school antique radio mic, like the classic radio mic. Like literally one of these boys. Just for reference, like one of those things. But it was like an antique one on a big ass like silver stand. It was rad looking. Yeah, it's mostly brand names these days. Can't get your overnight oats in a way that you like. How do you like them? I really like them with honey and blackberries, and then some nuts. You have to. It's all about the layering, though. But yeah, I don't know. My dinners are very, 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 very boring when I'm streaming, because I stream so long, right? Like, I'm 6 hours into the stream, which means I'm a little under halfway done. All right, like in 8 minutes it'll be six hours, which means I'll probably do maybe another hour of this, and then I'll do lunch, and then I'll stream for like another 6 hours after that, probably. And it's like when you stream for that long, there's a point where I always either have sunflower seeds or walnuts, depending on what I have, which I also use to make my pesto. But yeah, I don't know. My meals are just very boring. Alan! Thanks for that brand new Prime sub. It's good to see you. Cheers, friend. The first resub in 3 hours. First notification of money in 3 hours. Cheers, friend. Jack, can I get a round of beers? Clink. Big thanks. Much appreciated. Helping keep this weird show funded. Risa beer, yes, there you go. One crutch, one pick, and you want 2 gloves. Leather glove, 2. Crutch, wood. Whip, pick, wood, iron. That one. But I don't know. Rolling back around to hearing loss for a second, I do think it's really nice that it seems like, it really does seem like, it really is starting to seem like people are, or cities specifically, are taking noise pollution seriously, at least over here anyway, and it's really nice. I really, really hope that that just becomes kind of like a widespread, worldwide thing. Realizing that, like, noise pollution is, like, destroying, not our society or anything, but it's certainly damaging a lot of people's long-term health. In the exact same way that like large amounts of carbon emissions are. He's still singing, by the way. This fucking guy. Although I will take this guy trying to sing K-pop on the other side of my building over the dude who tried to learn, or person, I guess, who tried to learn to play trumpet in the other building next to me during the pandemic. It's like the first, I don't know, like 3 months of the pandemic when everybody was like picking up a new hobby because nobody had anything to do. Somebody decided to try and learn the trumpet. Thankfully, it didn't last very long, but God, that was a rough week. It was like a week or two, and it was like everything like sounded like the headless chicken with its nose cut off. Don't you dare take my delicious carboning. You had some neighbor trying the trumpet too. He got better slowly. Oh no. Around the same time though, there was a flautist who was very, very good. Because my complex is like a set of 4 buildings. 4 maybe like, I don't know, 200 unit buildings. And the far building had someone who was playing flute during the beginning of the pandemic, was playing good. And I guess they've either moved or they have a studio again or something, but like, it makes me sad. I miss it. They were really good. I'm gonna get some rock crafts going because I'm still trying to clear this area out, so. Your neighbor has some kind of piano and he isn't terrible at it? I have a small series of synthesizers and guitar pedals that I've been amassing over the last 2 years that I will set up in a bundle of wires on my floor. I will smoke a joint, and then I will walk back inside my apartment, and I will make weird sounds on them and fun patterns and plug my headphones into them, and nobody else gets to hear it. That's my only real musical experimentation. All I'm saying is my neighbors should thank me for not plugging it into my speakers. Actually what you want is legendary woodcrafters, because they can make spiky wooden balls. These things, spiked wooden balls, and menacing wooden spikes, which can sell for like 8,000 to 12,000 a pop. And you can hack down, I don't know, maybe 2 dozen trees right at the start of a fort, and then within maybe a minute or two, have decent to high quality, almost masterwork quality wood spikes, and those sell almost as much as meals. Oh, da-dun, 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 na-na, 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 na-na. So wait, hold on. So he was playing the trumpet and learning the Pink Panther, but that's a saxophone piece. The hell? That piece is, I mean, I guess you could play parts of it on the trumpet, but that is primarily a saxophone piece. But, I mean, you know, I used to play the Pink Panther on my cello, so I guess, yeah, there's really nothing stopping you. Wind brass instrument? I guess it depends, like, I mean, I could tell you the difference between almost any, so I used to play in an orchestra when I played cello years ago, If I have any hearing loss, it's from the goddamn trombones that they would put right behind us. But they were loud. But down at the bottom, or in the orchestra, they would basically be like, all right, cellists, start playing. And none of us could hear ourselves think because we just had the brass section in front of us. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, you could absolutely play it on a trumpet, but I'm more just critiquing the person playing trumpet. They won't like spicy chicken vindaloo. You know what I used to do? I would just let them sniff it. And they would, like, regardless of what I was eating, I'd take a tiny, tiny, tiny little piece and I'd let them sniff it. They'd sniff it and go, ew, and then they'd leave. Or a bit absurd. I dare you to get hit by a spiky wooden ball and not go, ow. Like, would it kill you? Wouldn't feel good. I mean, menacing wooden spikes make a lot more sense. I don't generally make the spiky wooden balls. I just think that they're funny. The menacing wooden spikes, on the other hand, like, wood spikes at the bottom of a pit, very effective trap in real life, right? Like, just something Vietnam. So, yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of damage with a wooden spike. I mean, I've done very short synth sessions on my Discord stream, but it's one of those things where it's like asking me to stream something completely different. It's not what my audience is here for. I don't really have enough synthesizers for it to be super interesting unless you're stoned and the one controlling it. Like, I have a Mother 32, which you can look up if you... I mean, if I... What was that? If I ever got... God, he's singing fucking loudly now. Jesus, quiet down, man. He is getting better, though, which is nice. If I ever get to the point where I have a synth setup that I'm happy with, I would consider it. And it would probably just be on Discord or a secret YouTube channel or something. But not on this stream. Oh, the value being a bit absurd? I think it's less absurd than metal. Or not metal. I think it's less absurd than meals. You're just curious? Kind of a question, but... Would I enjoy it? Yes. Would it be worth doing and not damaging to my channel? No. Most likely. Yeah, I mean, like, I can just make, like, weird sounds, but, like, most of it is just me making noise, right? And I enjoy that. I have fun with that, but I don't feel that most of my audience would, like, understand why that's interesting necessarily. Although, then again, like, people can sell, like, a fucking taco for $20 in New York, so maybe the food thing isn't so ridiculous. I mean, I'll say this. There are some extremely talented synthesizer YouTubers with incredible setups that if you want to watch, go watch them. But for me, it's like... You'd get, like, my Mother 32, my small Behringer, and, like, a distortion pedal and a reverb pedal, and there's not much I can really do with that. I don't even have a drum machine, dude. Like, there isn't really that much I can do for would be considered, like, jamming on a synthesizer by most people, so it's just kind of just not worth it. Really? Like, I get more enjoyment out of just keeping it as a hobby for myself at this point. Speaking of synthesizers, this fucking thing has a synthesizer in it. Which I learned after I got it. Actually, as I'm opening this, I'm realizing that I don't have an easy way of showing it to you, so I will show this to you once I have the sound plugged into the computer, which I don't currently. Is it as good as it looks? I've put a weirdly large amount of time into it. Although, unfortunately, the Tetris clone that somebody put up doesn't exist anymore because Ubisoft is a bunch of fucks. Although, that being said, I do have a Dr. Mario clone, which is pretty good. So if anybody has that Tetris clone and wants to like send me the files for it, that'd be pretty great. But yeah, I've been really enjoying it. I need to like put a proper like video of it on my YouTube channel at some point. I just kind of haven't had the interest in doing that because it's been just too fucking hot, and I haven't wanted to do anything that requires a lot of creativity or thinking recently because it's been too fucking hot. About the needless race for more fancy graphics? I mean, I'll say this. Their SDK is free. If you want to make games for this thing, you can. There's an audience of approximately 40,000 people out there right now that have these that do buy games for them. Somebody also put a movie on one. Like there's a short animated film for this thing. It's kind of neat. As long as you're okay with like 1-bit coloration, do some neat stuff. And like the one game that I keep showing people, where is it? There's actually some new games I haven't seen on here now on itch. There's occasionally new games. I've got other things I gotta download. Somebody ported Snake. Oh, there it is. This is the one I was looking for. Like, look at this shit. This is a first-person dungeon crawler for the Playdate. It's also not out yet, so I don't know if it's any good. It's currently in development, and will be available in 37 days, and I'm buying this. I'm super duper looking forward to this thing. It's like a first-person dungeon crawler. Which is super duper neat. One bit. I got some severe motion sickness from Oberdin, but yeah, it's real cool. Fantastic game. Fortunately, I feel like indie dev is just kind of proving that the race for higher graphical fidelity is a bit of a wash, to put it bluntly. Just a bit of a wash. Okay. Smelt, Galana, 0 for a bit. If anybody's wondering what we're doing our best to remove all of these boulders from down here without actually getting rid of them. Making all these boulders into crafts. 3 picks, 2 crutches. Iron pick. Wood crutch 2. I think that like indie dev pixel art games as well are also a pretty good example. And even things like the triangle strategy and what was the name of that fucking game? That I think Square Enix released it. The kind of like HD 2D thing that they have where it's like pixel art, but it's like super nice, high definition 3D environments with like a lot of bloom and depth of field. What's the name of those? Of that game? I know this. I do in fact know this. It's a passive way to get in contact with another civ with merchants instead of bully and asking for tributes. You can only ask for merchants with your own faction, so no. But you can send the wimpiest dwarf to demand tribute, and yeah, that's usually what happens. If you just send like an untrained like recruit to ask for a tribute, they'll just deny the tribute, and then they will like, what's the word I'm looking for here? They will just send you traders after that. Energy saving laws: 1,000 watt gamer GPUs feel like a terrible waste to someone. To some more sparks and textures. Yeah. What sort of impact are your energy saving laws going to have, if I can ask? Like, how much of an effect is that going to have? More about AC in public buildings and turning off lights at night. You know, I've stated before that lights need to be turned off at night, especially in like high rises. And every single time I bring that up, my entire chat just lights up about how, oh no, we're all gonna die. That people are afraid of just getting attacked. It's like, well, leave on low power, dim streetlights, but Octopath, that was the name of the game that I was thinking of. I was looking at Steam and then I just gave up. The law of Russia isn't gonna sell much gas anymore. Hey, if it makes people pass a bunch of laws that save a lot of energy, fucking more power to them. The law that I really want the world to enact is something that New York actually did in World War II, and large chunks of Europe did post-World War II, which was gas-saving laws, where based on the number at the front of your license plate, you could only drive on, or the first number on your license plate, you could only drive certain days of the week. I wish that they'd do that. And Orange, the Dwarven child, has been possessed. That just sells more cars? In this economy? I don't know how much money you have, but as somebody who wouldn't be able to afford one car if he wanted one, good luck. Then also pass a law that people can only have X number of cars per household. Problem solved. or it's been done recently. Yeah, it's a very logical energy saving precaution, and Farana, no, that's not actually an issue. And I'm pretty sure that that would just get you fined. Until the end of the year? Yeah, I've heard about that. Wish they'd do that here, but they did that in 2020 and they ended it in early 2021. I miss that. I miss that very dearly. I miss the free public transit. The free public transit was wonderful. It was even better because like nobody used it because we were in the middle of a global pandemic and I needed to visit my parents every now and again. So I could just like get on an empty bus for free. It was wonderful. But we have to pay for them again and they've raised the prices. But also, you know, I live in a province in a country that is mostly powered on hydroelectric, so our energy is real clean. Or as clean as you can be. I mean, hydroelectric ain't perfect. It does kind of fuck up the local wildlife around the giant unnatural bodies of water that are caused by the ginormous dams that we build, but at the very least, it's better than, you know, burning coal. Yes, well, it's a you need both situation, right? I realize that I only stated half of the solution, and I completely agree with you, Farana. But the fact that you take my blunt statement of one thing that they should be doing as everything that they should be doing, I think is a little bit naive on your part. Yeah, because we sell it to you. Wave deflation. I'm pretty sure that's why. Actually, you guys do have hydro dams down there too. But like, as an example, Vancouver could remove 80% of the car traffic and we have enough public transit to account for it. The issue is people just don't use it because they'd rather take their fancy car and get stuck in traffic than not. I live somewhere with good enough public transit that all they need to do is scale up and put more buses on the road, which isn't hard. They have the buses and they have the drivers. They just don't have the road space and they don't have the budget. But more people using it would give them the budget. So I live somewhere where that's already set up. It's just a matter of getting people out of their cars. And it's to the point where like my parents insist on using their cars for everything, right? Or their car for everything. Hey, we're under attack again. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. It's early spring. Look at that. But like my parents insist on using their cars for everything, right? Or their car for everything, rather. And the kind of beauty of it isn't that they use their car for everything, but every single time I convince them to take public transit for something, they're impressed by how much faster it is. It's like, I took my mom to a nice brewery for her birthday earlier this year, and from my apartment to that brewery is about a 45-minute drive, traffic dependent. Via public transit, we got there in 12 minutes. Train, hop to different train, train, hop to different train, train. 12 minutes. And people and students say saving money is great. Yes, well, I mean, you kind of need to. But no, the crazy people that will just buy cars and use cars will just buy cars and use cars. So you have to remove their ability to use cars. Because there's people that are so, like, you know, I'm not talking about hobbyists. Like, people can own classic cars and drive gas-powered cars forever. I don't care. That's not going to bother me. But what bothers me are the people who insist that there's no other option. And for large portions of the world, there very much is other options. Absolutely is better options. But for cities that already have the public transport infrastructure, and the issue is just nobody uses it and nobody votes to improve it, because everybody just uses their cars. That's the problem. You gonna make it? I hope you do. Come on, Dwarf. Okay. Because here comes the humans. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Oh my gosh. I may have to stab these humans to death. Dwarf is too far away. Yep, we're gonna have to stab some humans to death. Not what I wanted to do, but here we are. They're chased after that human and then got scared and ran away. Human chased after my dwarf and then got scared and ran away. Other human comes in. First human still running away screaming. Probably because saw my military dwarf off at a distance. They might actually all just go get caught in those cage traps, which would be awesome. Okay, come on. Trap one. Oh, no, never mind. Apparently there wasn't a trap in there. Well, there goes one human. There go two human. Okay. And the gate's shut. Sweet! No, public transit is the... electric public transit is the way to go for cars. Light rail, that sort of thing. Electric is the way to go, but... And you know... There's these weird people that insist on defending Elon Musk, right? Stabby and Bernie time, actually. There's these weird people that insist on defending Elon Musk for some fucked up reason. I will never fully understand it. But the thing that confuses me the most about people who defend Elon Musk are the people who use the, oh, he cares about the environment excuse. And it's like, well, if he cared about the environment, he would be the biggest train mogul in the world. He doesn't care about the environment. He cares about fashion. Being environmentally friendly is in fashion, so thus, let's make the most wasteful electric car we can. Which is literally what they are. Electric public transport you can get behind. We have electric trolley buses. They're ugly as shit, but they work. Which are like those buses that have the cables above them and they attach to the cables. They're very old, but they work. Okay, so we're plugging the drains down here. Oh my god, that's actually a pretty big siege. Magnet-powered transport? I know very little about that, so I'm not going to say anything. Out of fear of sounding stupid, I know nothing about that. I mean, bikes are fantastic. But you need good bike lanes. Although, they just put this lovely bike lane right in front of my apartment. Very happy about that. Project of hybrid cars that was abandoned for some reason? I don't know about that. I think the second you say car, you lose me. Because cars are not the solution. Unless you live in the middle of nowhere. If you live in the middle of nowhere on farmland and you are 15 kilometers away from the nearest bus stop or 150 kilometers away from the nearest bus stop, yes, then you should have either a high range electric vehicle or a hybrid. Or one of those like fancy fucking nitrogen fuel cell things, although those things have a tendency of going but if you live in a city, there's zero logical reason to drive a car. Or if you live within like spitting distance of a city, there's zero logical reason to have a car. Yeah, I know very little about that stuff. Chops. Aren't maglev trains like generally billionaires' vanity projects that are never very efficient or super far distance? They're really good at not being planes. Or, wait, what? What, maglev trains are really good at not... The concept of something just not being a plane is strange to me. What? I mean, all I want is I just want Canada to stop being a bunch of weird people and just build high-speed rail all the way across the country. Rockies are kind of bumpy, but beyond that, it's all pretty fucking flat. Can we just get high-speed rail across Canada? Thanks. That's all I want. I want to be able to get on a train and go from here to Edmonton in 90 minutes. That's all I want. It would cost like billions of dollars, but like we need jobs. But unfortunately, Canada's politics is so strange that it would probably never happen. Because not only would you have to cut through a lot of forest, you'd have to cut through like hundreds of different native tribes' land per province. So the politics of it would never actually happen. Mid-long range, if you to make use of the speed. Yeah, I know almost nothing about maglev. All I know about maglev is every time I actually hear about maglev, it's in relation to Saudi Arabia and very short distances, and everybody just kind of rolls their eyes. You don't feel like going at warp speed? I feel like I would, if I had the opportunity to get on something that went like ultra fast like that, I would do it because that just sounds fun. Feel like a roller coaster. But I don't know. They seem kind of almost redundant to me, unless you're going extremely far distances and nobody's gonna build one long enough for that to be worth it. Hey Raz, how are you? We're getting invaded by humans again. They keep doing that. You've never been on high-speed rail, I think, just the Amtrak? Yeah, no, if you've been on Amtrak, you've never been on high-speed rail. Amtrak is very much old school, slow as fuck rail, but it's fun. I mean, I'm taking Amtrak down to PAX via that tip goal. Looking forward to it. I like riding the Amtrak. It's a nice route. It's pleasant. Slightly slower than the bus, but if traffic's bad on the highways, then faster than the bus. Need a hell of groundworks. Yeah, I mean, the issue with building high-speed rail here is, this is a very, Vancouver all the way down to California is a very, 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 very bad earthquake zone. Although Japan seems to handle it just fine. And that's every single politician's favorite excuse to be like, "There's an earthquake!" It's like, bruh, if an earthquake's big enough to make this whole half of the continent slide into the ocean, we're all dead anyway, so who fucking cares? Fucking build the rail. Use it once while we can. Then we'll slide into the ocean, it'll be fine. Build it again later. Grumble. HSR wherever it pleases, no matter the landscape. It's just hella expensive to maintain because you have very strict tolerances for both rails and trains to actually achieve high speed. Yep. Japan just, understands the usefulness of high-speed rail. Whereas all of the wealthy people here, instead of going, yes, high-speed rail, they go, that's not, you don't need public transit, you have a car. You don't have a car, buy a car. Like, literally, the logic for a lot of people in Canada, the States, and large part, and most of North America, from almost any politician's point of view, except for younger ones that are just coming into power now, the logic is, oh, you can't get somewhere and you want public transit? Buy a car. Not that that helps people like me who can't see well enough to drive and will never drive in any country, except for countries that don't require a driver's license. So, there's that. But yeah, no, absolutely. And trying to explain to most of America, and this is Canada too, that suburbs are a bad thing is one of the most losing arguments you can ever try and get into in this entire continent. Because nobody, no matter how good your argument is, will agree with you that suburbs are a bad thing. Most everyone, yeah. Japan is culturally a very interesting place that I am fascinated by. They culturally work together better than most other places in the world, which is why they're so far ahead in a lot of ways. Behind in others, but ahead in a lot of ways. Ah, man, these sieges were too close together. One of those traps didn't get reset. Let's pause for a second. All right, there's a good chunk of them still outside. That should be enough. Last humans coming down. Not an argument, it's just what you like. Fair enough. They are horrible for anybody with a disability that doesn't allow you to drive. They are horrible for anybody who wants to become less car dependent, and they are horrible for the environment. But yeah, I mean, they can be pleasant. Like, they're quiet, generally. Good if you can afford living in the suburbs. But just for, like, long-term successfulness of our existence as a species, they are horrible. Living as a proper urbanite? Yep. I mean, I'm trying to rent a house in the next few years, right? But we want to be walking distance from public transit. Like, that is our goal, is to get something that is walking distance from public transit, because we don't want to get stuck in the suburbs, because we absolutely don't want to be out there. Look nice in movies. Yeah, I mean, like, I grew up in the country, right? I grew up out in an area that largely was like an extension of the suburbs, right? The nearest grocery store was a 20-minute drive where I grew up. My nearest friend was a 15-minute drive or like a 2-hour bike ride. Like, I grew up in an area that was in the middle of fuck nowhere, and living in the country was wonderful in a lot of ways, and I never want to do it again in my entire life. And I never will do it again in my entire life, because the amount of time wasted in cars, the amount of time my parents wasted commuting, the amount of time my dad wasted commuting, the amount of time my mom wasted grocery shopping, the amount of time I wasted when I got my first few jobs, taking the bus that came by twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon to get to and from work, and then waiting for rides or calling a taxi and wasting. Fuck that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Montreal public transit is really good, so I guess it really depends. As somebody who just spent a lot of time in Montreal, the downtown area of Montreal is not terrible, but I disagree. I spent a week in Montreal earlier this year. Disagree. Your public transit isn't awful, but it's not great. The metro is pretty good. The metro in general is pretty good, but once you're outside of the reach of the metro, I mean, you know, here's the thing, right? I can say eating McDonald's every day is terrible for you, right? Veronica? And your response can be, I like it. That's fine. My statement is still correct, though. So, this is kind of the same argument that you're trying to make. Fair enough, Sanjay. But read a bit and learn a little bit about suburbs and how they're destroying our planet. And think about what you're arguing in favor of. Hoping working from home stays popular? I mean, I'm going to do it until I go blind, so. You know, it's just like I can tell you that large pickup trucks in the city are like dangerous and ruining, ruinous for noise pollution, or I can say like Harleys are awful and should be illegal because they're so loud. And you can say that you like that too, and that's also fine. But that's not the point of the discussion. Sure? Well, no, you're not stating a fact. You're stating an opinion. Your opinion is that you like it. And my opinion is that a lot of other people's opinion doesn't unfortunately matter because of the amount of damage that that opinion is doing to society as a whole. But, you know, that's politics, right? And that's why I vote against that. I vote against that kind of urbanism, and I vote to destroy and remove the suburbs and not build more of them. And other people don't, and that's totally acceptable. Lance, thanks for the host. Cheers, man. How was your stream? You did Cult of the Lamb stuff today, I think? Also, a bunch of humans bugged out again and are refusing to burn to death. How dare they? You've always been legitimately surprised that Harleys aren't illegal with how loud they are? You know, I have a friend who drives a Harley. Pretty good friend of mine. People who drive Harleys tend to have a lot of money. People that have a lot of money throw money at the things that they believe in, generally. And something that people that drive Harleys believe in is loud Harleys save lives, which is cars won't hit you if you're driving a Harley because of how fucking loud you are. It's not wrong, but you know what also would save Harley drivers' lives? Less cars on the road. You can still drive your Harley. Make the Harley less loud. At the end of the day, it's just loud car fun. Wee. And that's basically it. Subs here are called low rental. There's a lot of disabled welfare families on drugs. So yeah, that's a no for you. Ah, that sucks. We had some zonage like that where I grew up. Where it was like low rental housing for people who, you know, couldn't afford to buy a place elsewhere and would just rent in the suburbs, and then they're stuck paying car payments that they can't afford, and then you go bankrupt, and it's great for everybody, you know? Well, I mean, that is the funny thing about vehicles is, okay, so whose fault is it, right? Okay, let me ask you a question. Car hits a human. Whose fault is it, Chops? I mean, I know the answer to this question, so I'll just keep talking. Car hits a human, it's the car's fault. It's almost like people are going, man, you're driving a very quiet car that I can't hear. Oh no, we need to make the cars louder. Fuck no. You need to slow down the speed limit. Literally, it's a proven fact. If the speed limits are lower, traffic gets better. Driving becomes more efficient. Electric cars want to speed up and slow down a lot because it charges their battery and they can go further. It literally benefits everybody to put in more speed bumps and lower the speed limit. The solution isn't make electric cars loud. That's somebody who thinks from the perspective of someone who drives a car talking. The solution is to slow down the speed limit and disallow parking on the sides of the roads so that pedestrians can see better. Like, literally, it's remove parking, lower the speed limit, lower the number of cars on the road. It's not make the cars louder. And anybody who says make the cars louder is out of their goddamn mind. Okay, well, electric scooters are a completely different subject. Narrow the roadways, add barriers on either side, build proper bike lanes with safety barriers. Like the road like right next to me. This used to be a 4-lane bike street. Well, see, that's a problem of lack of bike lanes, not a problem of noise of car, right? That is a problem of lack of bike lanes, not the noise of. Yeah, make trains exist. That's also Slicewise has a point as well. Make trains exist. Like, the solution is never make the car louder, because that makes it the pedestrian's fault. I don't hear electric vehicles, and I also don't hear gas-powered vehicles when I'm outside. Because when I'm outside and walking, I have earplugs in and headphones on. Sometimes with soft music playing because I have sensitive hearing. So if I'm outside, I'm a disabled person, I have earplugs in. So I can't hear a gas-powered vehicle. If I get hit by a car, is the solution make the car louder? Or is the solution make the roads safer? Heard of the make cars louder argument? It's similar to the make Harleys louder argument, Squawk. I'm all for loud cars, right? Show cars can be as loud as fuck you want. If you're building a hot rod and you take it to hot rod shows, make it as loud as you fucking want, but that's not going to be your daily driver, right? If you want to put like a fucking a hole in the hood and have like a blower out the top and make that thing shoot flames out the back, go fucking nuts. Have fun. But that shouldn't be driven on the normal roads as your daily driver. It should be put on a trailer and taken to a show and shown off as an art piece, because that's what that is, right? Like, I love watching like I love going to card shows. I love watching those shitty reality TV shows where they build hot rods. That shit's great. I fucking love that stuff. But it shouldn't be allowed to drive in the city. Don't fucking rev your shit at 2 a.m. Exactly. Like, make cars louder is never going to be the solution. And anybody who thinks that that's the solution needs to rewire their fucking brain. There's a term that the Fuck Cars subreddit uses, which I really, really like, called car brain, which is the solution to everything is make car louder and make bigger car. And it's broken that that's people's solution. So these 3 humans are busted. I'm going to test something. I'm going to save and reload. Because they don't know how to burn, but saving and reloading seems to just make them combust, so we'll see if that actually works. So, like, actually, I had this interesting discussion with my dad a couple of years, or I think it was in 2020. I think it was when I hiked up Garibaldi with my dad shortly after I got out of hospital. So this would have been summer 2020. he was talking about how he misses classic cars. He's like, you know, they used to make cars so much cooler with like the flat grills, and we kept describing cars, and he's like, and then now like all cars, he's like, because he had just bought a Nissan Leaf, which is basically just like a bubble shaped golf cart. Like it's a very ugly vehicle. It's very rounded. It's got a lot of bulbous things and not a very pretty vehicle. And he's like, now all new cars are super sleek things that look like a rolling thing that are all way closer to the ground. And he's like, I hate the way they look. Like I miss old cars. I'm like, I get it. Those cars are beautiful. Like, you look at, like, I don't know, a Roadrunner or old Cadillacs from the 80s or basically any classic car. You know what that's designed to do? Fucking kill a bitch when they hit it. Those things are goddamn battering rams. It's a weapon. That's not a, like, commuter vehicle. New cars are designed so that if you hit a pedestrian, they roll up and over it instead of collapsing, breaking your legs, and falling underneath it, right? Now let's see if they burn up. Yes, okay, so that is the solution to that bug. So instead of, like, doing some weird shenanigans, just duck out of the way and burn them. Got it. So, you know, that's... Like, there's nothing wrong with owning a car, having a classic car, having a fun toy, but the solution is never make the car louder. The solution is never make the car bigger. The solution is never blame the pedestrian or blame the cyclist or blame the electric scooter rider or anything. The solution is make the roads safer for people to not be in cars on the roads. And the result is you get people not in cars on the roads. It's weird, actually. And businesses around cars do better. Without cars do better because, you know, a business with limited parking, you can have, like, let's say 8 parking spots in front of your business. Only 8 cars can park there. Well, if it's very safe to walk there, a lot more people can walk there than, you know, cars. But, you know. Can you guys tell that I watch way too much city planning YouTube? It's a very good corner of YouTube. Like, screw gaming YouTube. Watch city planning YouTube. Good time. You know what's a good time? That. Lava's fucking awesome. See, that's a good thing to drive a car up to because you want to be able to drive away really fast when it gets bad. Here's a link to the live stream if anybody wants to just have it up on a monitor or something. But yeah, no, it's... I'm just literally talking about my politics now at this point. Are still very lethal for pedestrians. So I got hit by a car. It was a, like, something Suzuki, not particularly big. Not Just Bikes is a good channel. For a weekly dose of jealousy for what? Everything that Europe has? Yeah. It's the, you know, I saw a meme on the Fuck Cars channel, which is Not Just Bikes isn't a city planning channel. It's actually just a Dutch tourism channel. But where was I going with that sentence? Your solution is that people just drive better? I mean, people just put bigger engines into classic cars now. But, I don't know. I lost my through line for that sentence. Anyway, yeah, right. I got hit by a car, and it was a small Suzuki thing. It was a hit and run. They hit me at maybe 30 kilometers an hour. Maybe. I was running on the side of the road, and I bounced up over the front headlight, up and over the roof, and ricocheted off the side of their windshield and into a ditch. If that was an even slightly bigger car, I'd have been dead. Damn near broke my ankle. I had a sprain in my knee. My knees have never been the same. That's kind of pretty strictly influenced my opinions on cars for the rest of my life. So, yes. I don't like cars very much, especially ones that hit me. And if I look at a car and I go, I don't want to be hit by that. I don't like that very much. Like, at the very least, Teslas are designed to roll over them. Like, they're quite a safe vehicle to collide with from the point of view of a pedestrian who might potentially collide with one. Oh, like more aerodynamic? Is that what you mean, Squag? Because yeah, that for sure is true. To own when it gets damaged? Yeah, no, I mean, I think that there needs to be stricter laws for cars, and there always will need to be stricter laws for cars as long as cars exist. However, I think there needs to be exemptions made for classics and collectibles, and like, because in fact, most of that stuff are like, there's modern Dodge Charger, fucking stupid car. Nobody needs to own one, you know? Classic muscle car, literally a hand-built art piece. That's the difference there. Like, no logical human being in their right mind needs to buy a Dodge Charger in 2022. Dodge shouldn't be allowed to make them, in my opinion. But, like, go buy an old Mustang. Restore it. That's cool. The Mad Max truck full of hard angles? Yeah, that thing's not ever going to come out, though, Chubbs. They're never going to replace or actually make that Cybertruck. In fact, Elon Musk has been out there saying, the Cybertruck might not happen. No shit. Yeah, you like for the same reason that like wave depletion. Like, pickup trucks should be limited in the same way that normal ass Joe can't go out and buy a like a long haul semi truck. Oh, you mean like the weird blocky things, the Minecraft trucks? Oh, yeah, I know, Squug, you weren't talking about the Tesla truck. There's multiple conversations, like, stacking up on top of each other. That's Twitch chat. I was responding to what Chups was saying. Because I said Teslas are weirdly safe in general, but I meant all of the Teslas that are currently on the road, not the Cybertruck. Because that's not actually a vehicle. It's like a concept. You can't go to your local Tesla dealer and buy a Cybertruck right now. Also, Cubism car is funny. I mean, like, what... Was it Nissan that made that electric self-driving car that can drive sideways? Like, the wheels, like, spin independently and can, like, flip, and it can, like, drive sideways and, like, do some really weird shit. The Cybertruck is just kind of a meme, for lack of a better term. I mean, I mean, come on. There we go. I mean, it is based on GoldenEye 007, right? That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's not far off. Because there's a vehicle in GoldenEye for the N64 that looks almost identical to the Cybertruck. Yeah, I gotta give him credit where it's due. He is in fact pretty good at the meme warfare. More like the But like, I was reading an interesting paper on like the psychology of the speed that people drive, and road safety also has something to do with the way that roads are designed, right? If you design roads in a way that feel like you should drive fast on them, people drive fast on them. If you design roads in a way that make people think they should drive slowly on them, shocker, drive slowly on them. Yeah, that's what you were talking about earlier, Squawk. Is like a lot of like, this is why you make roads thinner, add in speed bumps, slow stuff down. Yeah, I mean, like, the speed limit right next to my building on the street that's right there is 50. Everyone drives 60 or 70 on that thing because there's no fucking streetlights on it whatsoever. And there's multiple schools along there, and people get speeding tickets all the goddamn time. And it's something like last week a child was killed like just a couple blocks up from here walking across the street because some fuckwad was speeding in like some muscle car. And it's like, everybody's just like, oh, we need to, teach kids road safety was like the thing that like my city parliament was saying. It's just like, maybe you just need to fucking build safer roads. Blah. Which they're working on, admittedly, like, but they need to work on it faster. The problem is like every 4 years we get new city management in here, and pedestrians have a nice stopping point between lanes. There's actually a really nice crosswalk up by a new building that just got finished about 10-minute walk away from me that has like this nice little island in the middle and little speed bumps on either side of it. So cars are forced to slow down regardless of if there's people there. It's really nice. I don't know how interesting this conversation actually is, but I don't know. It's at the front of my brain because my eyes are getting worse and I walk a lot because it's my only option to get places. So actually, no, don't do that. Not you two. Just you and you. To take one out of the not just bikes bingo card, we need to build less stroads. Build more streets and build less stroads. But looking at you, Houston, Texas. I mean, there are some places where you can have right turn slip lanes, but it also depends on the speed limit too. And you're like, so that's why you hated walking everywhere? Oh, really? In the suburbs? Yeah. I mean, I'm very fortunate. It's like, whenever people are just like, looks at you, all of North America, I'm like, hey, Vancouver's not that bad, because for the most part, Vancouver is actually kind of great. But there's still a long way to go for Vancouver. Vancouver's just improving rapidly. Although, oddly enough, the pandemic helped improve the walkability of Vancouver a whole lot. Because people now, instead of like, well, a lot of businesses have kind of just like eaten the parking lots because they've realized that, oh, if we just put seating in all of these parking lots, more people can eat at our restaurants and we make more money. Especially like Vancouver, well, no car island community. Yeah, but like 50 people live on that island. So not a great example, but yes. I mean, we do have Bowen Island. But like I said, like nobody lives on that island. It's not the best example. We also have North Van, which is like unwalkable, with the exception of like one small portion of it. Yep, that's very common especially in downtown Vancouver. Do you have any idea how much? Dude, there was literally people blocking the construction of those and protesting because we were cutting away parking when those were being put in. Wave depletion. Wasn't that the setting in that old Cronenberg movie? I have no idea what you're talking about. Into late spring, we missed trading with the elves this year because the stupid humans were in the way. God damn it. You remember you remember the protest you used to ride in the critical mass? Yep. All I know is there wasn't a Fast and the Furious set there. I mean, there might have been. I don't know. A lot of things are filmed in Vancouver. I haven't seen that movie. I'm not sure what movie you're referring to. Old, weird, love Cronenberg films. I mean, most of his films were kind of B movies in their own weird way. But B movies are awesome. I enjoy a lot of B movies. But yeah, I don't know. My city's got a long way to go. There's a lot of highways we got to rip down, in my opinion. After Water Clocks, is that a new one? Who wrote this? Red Octobear wrote a book? Written on the items in it is a manual entitled After Water Clocks, written by Red Octobear. It concerns the use of water-based devices to tell time. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. That's a new book. Or it doesn't get new books very often these days. That's cool. I guess that's why everybody's reading it. Neat. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just... trying my best to do better and maybe help others do better. In this era of sequels, reboots, and remakes? I don't know. There's still B movies. You just need to know where to look. Nicolas Cage is in plenty of them. There's plenty of like small budget indie movies that exist. The problem is finding them. I mean, like, I fucking love Mandy. That's absolutely a B movie. Maybe even a C movie.
This is madness!
Madness?
This is Stoned Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Hello, Hobo. We're discussing everybody's favorite topic of fuck cars. Everybody's favorite topic. I mean, of course, I like jazz. Multiple jazz records. Jazzy beats, jazzy tunes, jazzy songs, jazzy musics. That's an E movie? You mean like ecstasy movie? I thought it was more of a weed movie, but E movie works too. Penis, do not go anywhere near cars unless you shouldn't kick shame. What about that guy on My Strange Addiction that married his car? All I have to say is tailpipe. Creativity. Besides, I'm pretty sure that everybody at Playground Games, or at the very least the community manager and founder of that studio, want to do that to cars based on how they talk about them. Like, if you ever listen to, like, Playground Games' CEO talking about cars, it's the funniest fucking thing because he's like, the curves on them. You can see every single individual inch of this car's body. It is absolutely gorgeous, the amount of time that we put into modeling every single sheen, spit, and finish on every single edge of these cars. It's just like, dude, calm your horn dog down. Because that's what it sounds like. It really does sound like he wants to fuck that car. But you know what? More power to him. Gets pregnant by a car? Why does that why does my brain feel like that would go side by side with the movie Teeth? It's not a silly movie, it's horrible and wonderful. I mean, I can imagine. Just like Teeth. Not a silly movie, but kind of loved that movie back in the day. But Hobo, how's your day been? What you been up to, man? I think I'm gonna do lunch in a little bit here. And then we're going to dive into some Farthest Frontier. Farthest Frontier? Farthest Frontier. Yeah, that. Because I would like to play a little more of that game. Because I was enjoying it the other day. As clunky as some aspects of it are, I want to play some more of it. Which is kind of, I think, a sign of a good game. Where it's like, man, bits of this is clunky, but I want to play more of it. About to get D&Ding. Ah, it's a good day. I gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, we just had very long city planning and how to make cars worse and traffic better and cities safer conversation. You know, 'tis life. Just the normal things that we talk about on this stream. Good Longdeath stream today? It's been long. Got a video out this morning. I don't know if you saw it, but Zach made another Dwarf Fortress video of Premium showing off a minecart, but there was one bug in it that I saw that I really, really like. I want to show this off. Have a peek at this. Right at the very end of this video, there's this, watch this dwarf. Watch this dwarf right here. Goes around here, and it clips through the UI. And then the mini map. The dwarves don't like being contained in this modern UX, I don't think. It does pause when you use the menus, yeah. Although it depends on the menu. Not all menus pause. Although it's not in real time, no. Well, I don't know how to say this. It's not 1-to-1. Like a day in Dwarf Fortress is about 30 seconds. Like there's a calendar up here in the top right. It's currently the 19th of Fell Sight in the late spring. But yeah, no, that to me is like, yes, this is why premium isn't done yet. To the point where I think I might make a YouTube short of it. Where it's just like, this is how you know that premium isn't ready for public consumption yet. Because dwarves are still trying to break out of the UI. And, you know, if we release them, they might get into the internet. And if those little bastards get into the internet, we're all fucked. Frankly. Of all of the games where it's just like the dwarves got the characters in the game got too smart and they got into the internet and that caused the fall of our society, the only game that I could see that actually happening would be Dwarf Fortress. You know what I mean? It's like that's the only one where I'm like, yep, I could see that happening. Because if dwarves break out of the AI, we're all screwed. In a technical sense, as in no breaks or skips? Ah, yeah, no. I misunderstood then. But you still got the same answer. It does, in fact, pause. The one menu that it doesn't pause in is the squads menu. Because I can tell my squads to go do something without pausing the game. Every one of them working as intended is a miracle? Oh, absolutely. Is embrace the randomness that can come with it? Oh, totally. But, like, there's certain things that need to have a little bit of spit and finish on it to ask for money for the thing, right? Yeah, oh, yeah, true. Dwarves do still dodge through solid objects. I've had that happen a lot in my other fortress that I have running right now, where just, like, goblins will dodge away from the lava over top of a bunch of goblins and then through a wall. It's like, man, imagine having a dodge skill so high you jumped through a wall. Like a rock-solid brick wall. It's like, I'm just that good at dodging, man. I'm just so good at dodging. I appeared on the other side of the wall. Jurist self-aware has discovered knowledge beyond comprehension and claims it as a family heirloom. Jurist self-aware has invented meta. And they're entering the verse. That can't be good. Is that in Threat Dweller? In Threat Dweller, yeah. Threat Dweller was where I had about 4 goblins in one fight, all clipped through a wall. They clipped out of the fortress, fortunately not into the fortress. That would have been a bit annoying, but... Honestly, I hope that that's Tarn's end goal. It's just to release dwarves into the bowels of the internet and just let them take over. That's all I really want. I just want them to take over. But we just need this stockpile to get filled back up. Got a bunch of dwarves all doing food stuff, or not food, smelting stuffs, but I think that's enough of that. Or a bit at the very least. This is doing. Yeah, it's draining. Draining, no problem. Meaning I could probably just open it. It seems to, yeah, we can open it. On your desktop? There's actually what is it? Desktop something that came out recently. Desktopia. Yeah, this thing. It's a multi-window village sim that kind of plays at the bottom of your monitor. Kind of a neat idea. Kind of wonder if it's any good. I mean, it's got like not terrible reviews, but I just imagine it would be something like that. You know what? Let's actually leave this one closed. Nah, let's open that one. Into your City Skylines game, suddenly like your entire city just caves in. Just they get into No Man's Sky and make Dwarf Planet. Just like jump into a random No Man's Sky map and there's just a giant dwarf face on the planet. You're like, oh my god, they found me. Dwarves break into Deep Rock Galactic and they're like, huh. Seems normal. I'm realizing now that I would watch an animated movie that's basically just Wreck-It Ralph but with Dwarf Fortress characters. Actually, if they ever make another Wreck-It Ralph, Eurist needs to be a character. Just like undefined Eurist. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is anywhere near enough of a mainstream zeitgeist to be able to do that, but Dwarfs get into Skyrim, craft the ultimate fork, and break out of their computer. Craft the ultimate fork. Actually, no. Dwarves that break into Skyrim, get stuck in the repeating mining bug where you get stuck in that mining animation that is still in every single version of that game to this day. That needs to be modded out. And they all get stuck in the repeated mining animation, and they're actually just stuck in purgatory for all eternity. Day 14 in The Sims. Nobody suspects anything yet. They break into Warcraft. Seems normal. That or they all just take arrows to the knee. I used to be a Eurist like you, and then I took an arrow to the knee. You know, even fucking Stray had a robot that quoted that line. Where it was like, I used to be adventurous like you, and then I took a wrench to the knee. And I was like, fuck you, game. That's our only safety, is that only if they break into Skyrim will we be safe? Probably, I would say. I read The Dwarf and the Universe. I feel like that's not a recent book. It's one that's been in the fort for a while. That mining bug is the only thing keeping them from using the power of Skyrims and creating to break their confinement. Yeah, no, totally, because they mine too much. They would just mine enough, they'd all get stuck. You ever wanted to play with your Dwarf Fortress character in other games? Now with the power of the metaverse. Just stop right there. Oops. Actually, I wonder if they ever took it down. There was some moron on OpenSea selling Dwarf Fortress worlds. I wonder if that got taken down yet. Not yet. Fortunately, nobody's been dumb enough to buy them yet, so their volume is 0, which is what I would say is good. Although I want to figure out what the seeds are that they're using and generate a bunch of them. All right. So, I've been streaming for 7 hours and 20 minutes. been playing this particular fort for about 6. I think it's time for us to swap over to Farthest Frontier and play some town building. How does that feel? How does that sound to you guys? So I think I'm going to back out to the main menu now. If you're here specifically for dwarves, I recommend going to go watch Tequila, who is streaming Dwarf Fort right now. And he's cool. He's entertaining. He's a fun guy. Tell him I sent you. Otherwise, the stream's not over. We're only 7 hours in. I'll probably be going for another 6. But I need to go grab lunch because I've been streaming for 7 hours and I haven't eaten since 8 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to real quick go grab me a sandwich and eat that. I have a little simple Reuben. And then when I return, we're going to play more Farthest Frontier. I'm going to put on some music for you guys to listen to in the interim, though, so that you're not going to get completely stuck. You're going to go to bed. I feel you there. It's pretty late, probably, for you. So don't go anywhere too fast if you don't want to. But if you're peacing out now, I appreciate you stopping by for the time that you did. And if you are sticking around, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. And of course, VODs for everything go up on the YouTube channel. So if you want to see other things that I've done in the past, there's a link to the YouTube. I also recommend watching the video I uploaded this morning and leaving a comment if you haven't already, because it's got a bunch of gameplay in it, courtesy of Zach. Which there's also a link to the full video from Zach as well. And seriously though, just thank you everybody for hanging out and supporting this channel. And we will be live for another 6-7 hours or so still. So I'm going to go take a real quick break. Maybe turn my air conditioning on. It's gotten kind of stuffy in here in the last hour. But I'm going to put on some tunes.